departments. And we'll continue those budget discussions that were agendized today's earlier meeting, but we couldn't get to. We'll continue those departments at the end of today's city council meeting. So let's start with the calling of the roll.
Councilmember Hampton.
Blessed to be here.
Councilmember Kennedy.
Present.
Councilmember Madison.
Here.
Councilmember Masuda.
Here.
Councilmember Rivas.
Here.
Councilmember Williams.
Here.
Vice Mayor Wilson.
Here.
Mayor Gordo.
Here.
There's a quorum of the council present.
Thank you. And let's start with Councilmember Williams leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Great. Everybody stand and face our new flag that we raised today, the Pride flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
Under God.
indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. As Councilmember Williams points out, we did we have a ceremony this afternoon raising the Pride flag in recognition of Pride Month. And I'd like to congratulate all involved. The suggestion was made by Mr. Kennedy and was very well attended today. So thank you to all. Next, we have one ceremonial matter, and I think we'll be welcoming some guests who may be familiar to all of us. Susan Berger, President of the Women's City Club. Sue Mossman, Executive Director of Pasadena Heritage. Brian Allen Baker, who is President of the Blinn House Foundation and Board Chair of Pasadena Heritage. William Washington Ellinger, Board Member of the Blinn House Foundation and Pasadena Heritage Advisory Council. Welcome, all of you, and this is in some ways a celebration of, in many ways, in every way, a celebration of accomplishment on the part of the Women's City Club, and also a celebration of preservation and the history of Pasadena's celebration. The history of Pasadena is celebration of Pasadena's history of preservation and recognizing the importance of a very important Blinn House here in Pasadena. It's a house that has housed the Women's City Club. And let me just welcome all of you. And President Berger, if you'll just give us a few remarks and let us know what's happening, and then I have a commendation. Welcome. Can you hear me? Susan? Can you hear me? Suzanne, can you hear me?
Sue, can you hear us? If you can hear us, could you unmute? There you go. Could you say something so we can hear you? There you
This
go.
is Sue Mossman, but I believe you would like to hear from Suzanne Berger.
Yeah, we
First.
would. I think we're having a little audio problems with Miss Berger.
Hey, can you hear me?
Now we
Okay.
can hear you, Miss
Well-
Berger. Great. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you for this commendation, and this is truly a beautiful event. I accept this commendation on behalf of and wish to thank the board of the Women's City Club for their courage and perseverance. They are Shannon Cottrell, Lynn Gabriel, Rose West, Katie Townsend, and Carolyn Sissel Smith. And thanks to the members of the Women's City Club and the nonprofit organizations I am truly proud to stand with you. I am sure as I reflect on our past is that whatever our ages, we wanted the same things, to serve our community and to serve and celebrate one another all within our beloved home, the Blinn House. These values we held individually and as a group. The time had arrived when we had to do what had to be done. We accepted the decisions made were the best thinking of many and for the best interests of all the membership, both individual and organizational. I am confident that our home, where our hearts are, is in good and capable hands. We look forward to the future with Pasadena Heritage and the city of Pasadena and the relationships we continue to share. Again, thank you for this commendation of both honor and recognition.
Thank you, Suzanne. I just want to explain to people in the community that after 75 years of serving Pasadena, the Women's City Club is unwinding its operations, and the Blinn House that has housed the Women's City Club will be handed over appropriately to Pasadena Heritage to continue the legacy of service and tradition that it's built, but also the legacy of service and tradition that the Women's City Club has built. And I want to commend you, President Berger, and your colleagues for generations of contributions to the city of Pasadena, to the residents of Pasadena and beyond. And I'd like to present this commendation to you and hope you'll share it with members of the board as well as others involved with the City Club. Whereas founded in 1945 as a social club for women and a center for women's organization and other civic groups, the Women's City Club of Pasadena has welcomed thousands of members, guests, and visitors actively involved in Pasadena civic affairs, education, business, and philanthropy. Over the last 75 years, regardless of gender, race, creed, age, sexual orientation, national origin, or disability. And whereas headquartered at the historic Edmund Blinn House, the Women's City Club has provided a comfortable and elegant meeting place for persons to gather and work together for the benefit of our city. And for 75 years, the club has diligently preserved and maintained the Blinn House in its clubhouse. Both were built in 1905 and honored its designation as a Pasadena landmark and listing on the National Register of Historic Places, both individually and as a contributor to the Ford Place Historic District. And whereas the club recently decided to dissolve, cease operations, and transfer ownership of Blinn House to Pasadena Heritage, which will ensure continued protection and preservation of the Blinn House as an historic resource and ensure continuance of the club's tradition of welcoming community groups and organizations. And whereas gratitude is due to the club president, Suzanne Berger, its board of directors, club members, for their many valuable contributions to the betterment of Pasadena, and for their efforts to preserve the Blinn House for the future of Pasadena and the community at large. Now, therefore, I, Victor M. Gordon, Mayor of the City of Pasadena, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby commend the Women's City Club for 75 years of extraordinary benefit and service to its members and to the community. Thank you very much for your service. Thank you for your commitment to Pasadena. And I will turn it over to Sue Mossman to accept the baton on behalf of Pasadena Heritage that's being handed over by the Women's City Club. I think this is a historic moment in our civic involvement, and I'm just pleased that Pasadena Heritage will be stepping into the shoes and continuing its legacy and tradition. But, it's great work here in Pasadena as well. So we can't. So you're muted.
There we go.
But
Thank you so much, Mayor Gordo, and all members of the City Council. With me here today is Pasadena Heritage Board Chair Brian Allen Baker, who is also president of the Blinn House Foundation, and he too will have a comment to make. But on behalf of the staff, the members, the board, and all of the community that we share our mission with, we want to congratulate and thank the Women's City Club along with you for their extraordinary service to the community and for taking such good care of this historic place. And I also want to say that 75 years ago, we should remember there really was no place for women, women's organizations, women's groups to gather in Pasadena. It just was a real void in the community, and the Women's City Club stepped up and became the place where women's organizations could meet, could do their work, could socialize, and it grew from there to embrace all organizations in the city that wanted to come. And as a woman who runs a nonprofit organization to another woman who's provided such extraordinary leadership, I just want to say that that tradition means a lot. And luckily in our community today, there are lots of places women can gather. But 75 years ago, that was not the case. So it's a very nice moment to recognize an organization that really led the way and then carried the torch for women throughout the city for 75 years. So I will hand it over to Brian, who I think would like to conclude our comments with gratitude and appreciation to you, Mayor, and all of you council members who are supporting this.
right?
Mr. Mayor and council members, I would just like to point out that the decision to unwind the Women's City Club was very difficult for this organization. It's a very broad spectrum of women have participated in that organization for 75 years, and it really has been a second home for them. But in addition to that, they welcomed dozens and dozens of not-for-profit organizations into their facility to call that space the Blinn House home as well. As part of the transition of the property to Pasadena Heritage's, Pasadena Heritage's hope to be able to continue that transition. And I know most, if not all of you, have been in the Blinn House before. So I want to be the first to welcome you on behalf of Pasadena Heritage back to the Blinn House when we finish some of the renovations that are going on right now, some significant, some not. But we really do hope to see that property used as a viable community resource for not-for-profits into the foreseeable future. So thank you very much. It's a very nice commendation. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I again just want to congratulate Suzanne and the board of the Women's City Club. You know, a lot of organizations say they want to achieve their goals in a way that allows them to step away. And I think Sue Mossman's point that, you know, you've achieved what you set out to achieve, and now is a good time to pass the baton on to another organization. But Sue's absolutely correct. And when the Women's City Club came into existence, there weren't the opportunities for women even to meet, let alone to lead. And 75 years later, that's changed, and it's in large part because of the efforts of the Women's City Club. And so congratulations to you, President Berger, and to your colleagues for 75 years. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. What I would like to say to Ms. Suzanne Berger is that the legacy of the Women's Club is extremely impressive. It has been an organization that has welcomed all groups, all cultures, and has made this community feel very welcome. As you know, I represent District 3 where the Blend House is located. And I also want to say, since you are wrapping up, that your staff has always been extraordinary to work with. And I think probably that's few organizations can say that. And so you get 1 point out of 2 for being a women's organization, and 2, you get a second point by being one of the best organizations in the city of Pasadena, and I'm very grateful. Additionally, I would like to welcome Sue Mossman. As the mayor has said, Pasadena Heritage is another extraordinary organization that is welcoming of all groups, all ethnicities, all cultures, etc., as the mayor articulated already. So welcome to District 3, Pasadena Heritage. Appreciate all of your comments. And both organizations, I hope, one with legacy, the other with present involvement in District 3, will continue to flourish, but in different contexts. And a special warm thank you to Ms. Berger. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Well, congratulations, everyone, and we'll see you at the Blend House to hopefully to celebrate the reopening of the Blend House in person. Mr. Kennedy will be responsible for the refreshments.
It'll be in October, Mayor.
It's easy to get points out of
I
it.
think we have a date.
All right, good. Well, thank you all. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Next, we'll move on to public comment for matters not on the agenda. Mr. Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. We have a number of public comment speakers on matters not on the agenda. So I'll start with Andres Reyes Martinez, followed by Sonia Burnt, followed by Alan Shea. Andres, would you unmute and you can go ahead.
Mr. Reyes Martinez? Mr. Martinez?
Mr. Martinez, are you able to, I saw that you
Can
were.
everyone hear me now?
Yes, thank you.
There we go. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, everyone. My name is Andres Reyes Martinez. I am a community mobilizer with the nonprofit organization CORE, Community Organized Relief Effort. We have been leading a lot of the charge of the mass vaccination sites and testing throughout LA County. I just wanted to bring up to comment is that we have a couple of mobile rotational sites throughout the city of Pasadena and Altadena that's for your community members to use. And I've tried to get in contact with someone and regarding this situation because we definitely want the community to keep on being tested to have a real accurate representation of the number of total cases of COVID that are in LA County. So I was just wondering if I can get in contact with anyone here regarding it because we definitely want to keep the city of Pasadena safe and healthy during this time.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes.
I will share his contact info with the city manager and someone will get in touch with them. We'll bring in Sonia Burnt, followed by
welcome.
Alan Shea, followed by Jason Reedy. Go ahead,
Good
Ms. Burnt.
afternoon. I am a longtime resident of Pasadena, and I would like to address the unfairness and unreasonableness of limiting public comment to 90 seconds, the time limit you have imposed at prior meetings. Mayor Gordo, when you were campaigning for mayor, you said, quote, "Too many Pasadenans believe they are unheard at the top of city council. As mayor, I pledge to listen to all of Pasadena's residents," unquote. You also said, and I quote, "The most important responsibility for me as an elected official is the willingness to listen to all vantage points, to be willing to stand before anyone who has a concern, who wants to talk," unquote. On the critical matters of the city's operating budget and oversight of the police department, the city council meeting is the opportunity for the public to talk and to give voice to the many voiceless members of our community, such as persons experiencing homelessness and other members of marginalized populations in our community. Giving members of the public 90 seconds to express their concerns and ideas about where our general fund dollars are going and should go is unjust, unfair, and disrespectful. It is not even sufficient time to correct misinformation given by staff at city council meetings, such as at the special joint meeting discussion of the police operating budget this afternoon. Members of the public, including myself, respectfully request 3 minutes or longer to provide public comment at city council meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Byrne. I think we did provide 3 minutes today. Am I correct about that?
I don't believe that the time was limited this afternoon, and
It was,
it was the last meeting
yeah.
that I believe she was speaking on. Alan Shea, followed by Jason Reedy, followed by Jane Ward. Mr. Shea, can you hear us?
Okay.
You're unmuted, Mr. Shea.
Alan?
Mr. Shea, we're gonna have to put you back into the queue, and maybe if you dial in, and we'll pick you up from that number. So Jason Reedy, followed by Jane Ward, followed by Michael Williams. Mr. Reedy?
Hello? Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm calling to demand that the city of Pasadena fire officers Edwin DeMcGuinden, who shot and murdered Anthony McLean, and Ronald Sereno, who used his knee to literally squeeze the life out of Anthony instead of providing medical assistance. For Anthony's children, for Anthony's family, do the right thing and fire these officers. This is a clear-cut case of racist officers failing to treat a Black life with value or worth. We've seen the city continually disrespect the memory of Anthony McLean and work against what the public is calling for. We know that police shoot first and ask questions later, but the questions we are asking is, why did Edwin shoot a man that was running away and posed no threat of death or physical injury to the officers or members of the public? Why did it take 17 minutes for an ambulance to arrive to the scene of this murder? And why are these officers still patrolling our streets? Chief Perez and Steve Mermel haven't done anything in the 10 months since Anthony's life was stolen. Now, we know Perez has been fired by the people and will be leaving in 2022, but that's not soon enough. He should resign or be relieved of his duties immediately. As for Mermel, if he can't hold these officers accountable, his ass needs to go as well.
Thank you, Mr. Reedy. Next.
Jane Ward, followed by Michael Williams, followed by Jasmine Richards Abdullah. Ms. Ward, please unmute and you can begin.
Ward, welcome.
Hello, thank you, city council members. Thank you to Jason. I agree with everything that you just said. I'm also here tonight to call for the immediate firing and prosecution of Officer Edwin DeMcGuinden for the murder of my neighbor, Anthony McLean, who was shot in the back while running from the police. I believe this is maybe the 7th or 8th time I've come to city council to ask for this. Still no accountability. I also urge the council to accept the resignation of Police Chief John Perez effective immediately, and to remove City Manager Steve Mermel, who has consistently stood in the way of police accountability in Pasadena. I'm also speaking today against the Pasadena Police Department's attempt to use some of its bloated budget for crisis response and community outreach. This is a common tactic used by law enforcement agencies when their violence and dysfunction and their lack of qualifications to respond to community problems is exposed. They try to pivot and suggest that somehow they can be the answer to the problem that they caused in the first place. Police are in the business of enforcing laws and punishing people. They do not and are not trained to respond to mental health crises or to people experiencing homelessness with the kind of care and patience that are best practice. We need community-based and unarmed crisis response because policing agencies have escalated and mishandled people in crisis. It is predictable but also deeply ironic that Pasadena PD would like us to believe that that the very thing they don't know how to do and have never done is something that they can now do. We do not need the police to try and fail again. We need crisis response that's time-tested, proven effective, trusted, and community-based, like Kahoot, which is the 911 diversion program that's been successful for decades in Pasadena-sized cities in Oregon. Kahoot sends trained mental health and medical professionals rather than unarmed and untrained police to respond to nonviolent, or I'm sorry, rather than armed and untrained police to respond to nonviolent crisis calls. It is my understanding that city leaders have met with a consultant to discuss the possibility of adopting a Kahoot-style program that has not moved forward. So council members, I'm just wondering whether you can share the status of these considerations with the public. We're really eager to hear from you on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
We're going to bring in Michael Williams, followed by Jasmine Richards Abdullah, followed by Adriana Bautista.
Mr. Williams, welcome.
Can everybody hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
I am calling for the immediate firing of both officers who were involved with the killing of Anthony McClain. We are not waiting for any investigations. We're not waiting for a city council investigation. We know, we saw the video, we saw what happened to him. We saw the lack of response by medical professionals and the police to give him vital aid to save his life. This is a grave injustice. And instead of the city council repeatedly staying silent about this and not commenting about this, the mayor and the city council should be pushing Steve Rommel. Steve Rommel should be pushing Chief Perez to fire those two officers, to rid itself of the guilt and the blood that is on the city's hands. It is something that needs to be done. And it's not a matter of politics. It's not a matter of whether or not you want to stay on the side of the police. It's a matter of right and wrong. It's a matter of justice. It's a matter of Black people mattering here in the city of Pasadena. Here in the city of Pasadena, we know you have a history. The city has a history of denying Black people justice, of denying Black families justice. Starting back with Leroy Barnes, going all the way to Anthony McClain. He knows that this city does not give Black folks justice when their loved ones are killed by its police department. Has to stop with this one. The city council has a duty to represent the people, to protect the people, even against the police. We're asking that you fire these two officers, you relieve them of duty, and that you start adopting protocols of defunding the police to make sure that these things do not happen again here in the city of Pasadena. Anthony McClain should be the last name. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Mr. Williams. Mr. Cundy, did you? You're muted, Mr. Cundy.
Just a quick question for staff. One of the speakers referenced that it took 17 minutes for fire personnel to get to Anthony McClain. Is that a public record at this point? And is that accurate? And can you speak about it? Just the time, only the time.
We're just, this is Michelle Bonarise. We don't have all that information. It's not something that's being discussed on the agenda. We can get that for you if you like at a future time. I can submit that to you.
And just for clarification, I'm only referencing the comment related to the time, and I believe that that's generally public information. If you can do that, I would appreciate it.
Next.
We will go to Jasmine Richards Abdullah, followed by Adriana Bautista, and I'll try to bring in Alan Shea back at, after that.
Ms. Richard Abdullah, welcome.
What's up, Mayor? How you doing? It's funny that you guys are talking about, that there was, talks about the 17 minutes, because you guys are actually gonna be talking about the improvements of the fire department. And I first want to tell you that, from going around and asking folks around the community, it did take the ambulance, 17 minutes to respond to the Anthony McLean murder. He was murdered by Edwin McGuinness. The fire department is only 0.3 miles away. According to Google Maps, it takes 1 minute. Anthony actually did not have to die if he would have had proper response. The police actually took about 7 minutes for all of the police to get there. And their station, as we all know, is about 9 minutes away. I also want to tell you guys that we're asking for 3 minutes total on the items that are on the agenda. According to Brown versus Board, you guys have been denying us of our rights. And so we want to push that right now. And also we want you guys to fire Steve Mermel, because Steve Mermel is in charge of the police department. He's in charge of John Perez. He's not doing a good job. We need 5 city council members to vote him out. And we're asking you guys that you listen to your constituents right now when we're pleading and begging you guys. It needs to start at the top and trickle down at the bottom. Also, Steve Mermel, nothing will change unless the bosses change. Nothing in our city will change unless the head changes. And we need to cut the head off of the stick, and that starts with Steve Mermel. We have a petition circulating. We also have a petition circulating for Edwin McGuinness. Gordo, you said that you wanted to listen to us, and we're crying out to you right now. These are the pleas of your people. We're asking you to do what the people want. If not, then we're going to have to vote you out too. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine. Next speaker.
Adriana Bautista, followed by Alan Shea, followed by Jill Shook.
Ms. Bautista, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I'm calling in today to say fire officers Dumagwendon and Sereno for the murder of Anthony McLean. Pasadena is less safe having these officers continue to work for PPD, as well as officers who killed J.R. Thomas, Kendrick McDade, and Leroy Barnes. It is time for City Council to start meeting with local community organizations and residents to start re-envisioning public safety and community care in Pasadena. This fiscal year 2022's budget is a continuation of the same, more of the same. I know the City Council understands that the people of Pasadena want to see the city improve in many, many ways, not just with transparency and accountability, but creating a lively and holistic future for the youth and elders and people who are living on the margins in Pasadena. So I just want to say that just straight off the bat, this budget is a disappointment because it's more of the same and not re-envisioning, rethinking, or imagining anything different.
Thank you. That we'll bring in Alan Shea, hopefully via phone. Mr. Shea, press *6 to unmute. All right. Go ahead and speak.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mayor Victor Gordo and the council members. As hopefully you have received my email from last night, very disturbing. And I hope that the City Council, Michelle Bonnery, can direct us appropriately, since we are talking about corruption here in the most extensive way possible. It's evidence here that's presented from the website, from the police department. I sent you over 14 pictures identifying corruption, starting with the first one that shows no gun in the place, in which the officer have indicated on their reports. Steve Mermel has complacent in his actions with John Perez as to this narrative that's been put out since Anthony's shooting. It clearly shows that there is no gun at that point. Number 2 picture shows the west side where the gun was planted. This gun was put here. It's late at night. There's no time indicated on the picture at all. still picture only. Then you go down to picture number 3, which shows a side from the west side and from the east side, where there's a gun there, gentlemen, and members of the council. Sorry, the women of the council, but this is very disturbing, because our city is running around saying that Anthony had the gun. That Anthony couldn't have had this gun. Look at your own pictures, your own product. This was over in front of you. You should be looking at this right now. Number 3 shows one at exactly 4 minutes after Anthony's shooting, and one much later in time. Again, it's showing the time at the top right-hand corner. It's also identifying officer who shot Anthony. Mr. Kennedy, where's your muscle, man? Come on. That's your guy. These are your guys. You were sitting on that oversight commission at the time for public safety. Where's your voice at? Come on, step up, guy. Let's see what you're going to do now. This is all here in front of you, John Kennedy. This is your time. This is the same officer, 76. There it is again.
30 seconds.
Last 2 numbers. All of these are from, even where he's picking it up, 4 minutes later. This stuff is coming from your hands. City Council, come on, get responsible and fire Chief Sanchez. Do not let him go around and say that this victim had a gun when he did not. Don't let him go around and make Pasadena look like racist. That's what you're sending the message to. John Kennedy, Mayor Gordo, our city council members, stand up. Your product is here for everyone to see. Clean house. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Next.
We'll bring in Jill Shook, followed by Breathe Justice. Jill?
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. They say in Spanish when you share the same name, tocayo. So I really appreciated Suzanne Berger's heartfelt commendation for the home of the Women's Club, where I've spent many happy memories. And I also appreciate the courage of so many people standing up for Anthony McClain today. Today, I come to you with the same message I've shared with you over the last month or more, actually much longer, and that's to allow congregations to have the proper zoning for affordable housing. To my knowledge, I'm not aware of any legal issues in changing the zoning to allow for this. The planning staff in Sierra Madre is moving forward on their overlay zone. My hometown of Yorba Linda, where I attended, and also where I attended high school, Fullerton, they are also moving forward on their overlay zones. This overlay zone amendment has been carefully studied over a period of 6 months, looking at each congregational site, making sure it's a policy that would in no way be a one-size-fits-all, but be sensitive to every single neighborhood where a church is located. This would cut the cost significantly in housing production. The city of Placentia, National Corps spent over 3 years and $500,000 to get the zoning right for a church in that city. Sometimes the cost of building housing is a reason given for not building it, but allowing churches to have the proper zoning would significantly cut the cost. So I'm praying now that you will allow churches to move forward on their vision that they have, and make sure this gets back on the city council for a vote as soon as possible. God bless you. Jill Suzanne Shook.
Shook. Next speaker.
A quick clarifying question, please.
Mr. Kennedy.
I just want to know, is the expectation that narrow issue will be coming back to the city council? The one that the speaker just raised, the overlay zone.
We had this discussion previously, but Mr. City Manager, can you remind us?
At one point in time, the item was agendized for the Planning Commission, but in light of the formation of the ad hoc task force on the housing element, it was decided to hold that for that group to discuss it as a potential implementation strategy to meet the city's RHNA needs.
And that'll be hopefully that as part of the housing element. The housing element will be before us in July, Steve, the first draft.
I think that's right, Mayor.
And has the committee already been meeting, Mayor?
Yes.
Okay,
There's a workshop planned for next week as well.
thank you.
Next speaker.
Breathe Justice, followed by Matios, followed by Tyler Boudreau.
Ms. Justice, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Gordo. Council members, please hear our hearts and resolve not to silence community members' voices during city council meetings. It's incredibly disheartening when community members take the time to prepare comments in accordance with time standards outlined in the agenda, only to have the rules and time constraints suddenly change. Respectfully, council members, unpaid community members listen to all of your comments and patiently await our turn, sometimes for hours upon hours. The voice of the community is one of your most prized assets. Many of you were elected in part because of campaign promises to give community members a voice. Instead of just saying next when community members speak, please make every possible effort to stop and actually answer and address community questions and comments real time. It should not require a council member repeating a community member's question to get the question addressed. Be accountable to the Pasadenans you serve and give them the courtesy of addressing their issues in real time. Please value community speakers. 3 minutes per person on agendized items is not asking too much. Please respect the broad array of community voices by giving them an opportunity to voice their concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. Next speaker.
Mateos, followed by Tyler Boudreau. And then Heavenly Hughes is listed, but we haven't been able to check Heavenly Hughes in. Mateos?
Hello?
Go ahead.
Hi.
Welcome.
Yes, hi. I'd like to call for the immediate firing and prosecution of the officers that killed Anthony McLean. They killed him in a brutal and disgusting manner, and the fact that they're still out on the streets, still employed, is frankly frightening for all Black and brown people. This was a disgusting murder, and the fact that it happened 10 months ago and you folks are discussing the Women's Club is just disheartening and gross. I also demand that the council accept the resignation of Chief Perez and remove City Manager Steve Mermel. Do something. Show the Black and brown people of Pasadena, of Los Angeles, of the world who are watching that you care about Black and brown folk. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time. Black Lives Matter.
Thanks, sir. Next speaker.
Tyler Boudreau. If you press *6 to unmute, Mr. Boudreau. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm calling in to uplift the people's demands to fire Officer Edwin Dumaguindon, who wrongfully and unjustly killed Anthony McLean, accept the resignation of Police Chief Perez immediately, and remove City Manager Steve Mermel. I mean, it's a downright shame that this officer is still patrolling the streets in Pasadena after killing Anthony McLean. And you all need to do right by the family and all Black people in Pasadena by firing Officer Dumaguindon, accepting the resignation of Chief Perez immediately, and removing City Manager Steve Mermel. Black Lives Matter. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Boudreau. Next speaker.
Were we able to locate Ms. Heavenly Hughes? No? No. Mayor, that completes public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Okay. Thank you to everyone who took the time to address this. We hear you on the issue of timing. That when the time that we shortened the speaking was because we had an overwhelming number of speakers, and it was, I believe, a late evening, and we wanted to have an opportunity. But Um, that's not our standard practice. Next, yes.
Very quickly, there was a comment that, when I first got on the city council, I asked the same question: why don't we answer people's questions when they ask questions in the public comment? I kind of vaguely remember that's not something that we do if it's not on the agenda, and even if it's on the agenda, it's not something we don't get into a dialogue. Why is that? I am interested in just knowing, again, just because we're now getting a lot of public comment and people do want to have an understanding of why they feel like they're talking and then no one's listening or no one's hearing what they're saying.
Good point, Mr. Ham. I'll let the city attorney address it, but in part, it is an agenda matter. We have to get through the business of the agenda, but there are also limitations on what we can and can't engage in terms of discussion. And public comment for matters not on the agenda is specifically there for matters not on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to give us feedback. But it's not necessarily an opportunity for debating with individual members of the public or with groups. Michelle?
Yes, Mayor, I think you actually responded to that question well. I would note that under the Brown Act, it does allow for a brief response to matters that are raised during public comment, and it doesn't require a response. And often matters are raised during public comment and there's no preparation like there is for something that's on the agenda. And the general public is expected to know what's going to be discussed. So sometimes when a response is provided, it ends up being something more than just a few words, which goes beyond what the Brown Act would allow so that members of the public will know what's going on. So there is no prohibition on responding, but as a general rule, to provide for a better flow of the meeting and getting back in the future as appropriate if there needed to be something looked into to get a further response. Those and other reasons, it's appropriate to at most give a brief response, but it's more for people to give their comments, and the elected body and city staff will be aware of those and respond at a future time, if not at the meeting.
So staff does respond to questions of public comment speakers via email, or?
It just depends on, not necessarily all comments are responded to. It depends on what it is.
Councilmember, we do, for instance, the one speaker that was talking about doing testing for COVID-19, that's the type of thing that staff would follow up on and seek to coordinate with. And then just to add to what the city attorney said, I believe every single member of the council separately holds district meetings and the mayor holds community meetings. And those often lend themselves to a little more dialogue back and forth. But in order to move the business of the city council has typically just accepted public comment, where necessary, responded briefly, and then moved into its business.
Oh, you know what? Maybe this is the time to do something a little different. I know that there's a weekly newsletter that goes out, and if there is a question that is asked, like why are the times being limited at different times, if there is a theme, maybe we should put up answers to the questions that were asked in the previous city council meeting. Or at least as the agenda comes out, maybe there's a section in our consent agenda that says, last city council meeting, there were numerous amounts of questions about this one subject, and here goes our brief response from the city.
I think those are certainly things that can be considered. We do have rules for how the city council meeting is conducted, and the council is free to review those and modify those and when appropriately agendized. And I recall that,
that if we have a theme of
and
questions,
right,
that we should give an answer or response to. Councilmember Kennedy's question is one that came up, the 17 minutes. I mean, that seems like that should be something that is responded to in writing
in the future,
some sort of form,
right.
in a future agenda maybe.
So there's also, I believe, an ad hoc committee that the mayor uh, established to look at future rules of the city council, et cetera. I think we've exhausted that discussion here since it isn't on the agenda, but
Okay, oh yeah,
it
I'm
is
sorry.
something that that group could look at perhaps.
Okay, that's fair, and I won't exhaust that conversation any further. I will say this, and this is not a question to staff, but just that so the council knows, the video that I've asked to be removed from our website, that is a narrated video of the incident of Anthony McClain, is still up on the city's website. It is not a service at all to the community, as well as a DMV photo right up under the gun that they say he tossed. I don't know what the purpose of having a picture of him in this slideshow here or these videos. I really don't understand the purpose of that, and it's not a good look. It just looks like this is a file, and and he was a criminal, and it was okay to shoot him in the back twice. It was not at all. I do agree with the public speakers that have been asking for the firing. I've said it from day one. This officer should be fired based on multiple policy violations. Multiple policy violations. This officer was out of policy. He decided to lose his job by not turning his body worn camera on. No one else did that to him. No one else told him not to do that. He decided not to do that. This officer should be fired.
So thank you, Mr. Hampton. I think
once again, oh no, I'm not done. I just want to say that the community out of tragedy, this is to the colleagues in the city council, community out of tragedy raised money to start a scholarship in the name of Anthony McClain. And I just wanted to share that with the council, that a John Muir student received a scholarship of $7,500 because our community came together, because they do not want Anthony McClain's name to die, and he's going to live on forever, and he will be remembered. And this is not going to be the last of it. We're going to continue to hear these things until we act, until we hold people accountable. And I will be a beating drum every city council meeting, and I don't care who tries to tell me not to stop talking. I will continue to do it because it's my duty to represent people in the city of Pasadena, and that's all people. And it's about fairness. We just raised the most beautiful flag I've ever seen today because it's about fairness. We do the things that are pretty, but when it comes to the things that maybe are not all that popular at the time, we're not willing to do that. Accountability is key, everybody. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much, Mayor, for giving me the time.
Mr. Hampton. Okay, now we'll get to the consent calendar. There are a couple of items that.
Mayor, may I ask a quick question?
Yes.
There's been a death in our community, and I was waiting on information. Would you entertain us adjourning the meeting in someone's honor? I know it may be out of sequence, but I think what I have is relatively short, and it's a very well-known person in the city of Pasadena.
Yeah, I was waiting on the information as well, Mayor, and I hadn't gotten anything yet from the family, but it is a very well-known person in Pasadena that deserves honor or respect in our council meeting.
If it's the judgment of the two of you that we do that, then we could schedule it for next week when you both have information, or we could.
I have the information, Mayor.
Mr. Hampton?
Oh, that was, council member.
That was Councilmember Kennedy.
Right, no, Mr. Hampton, you're making the request as well for this evening?
Yeah, we're both making the request.
All right.
So I'm seconding Councilmember Kennedy's request.
Okay, I just want you both to have the information. Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. We have lost an extraordinary leader in the Pasadena community. Her name is Dr. Dorothy A. Evans. And yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, a significant number of our community and the family of Dr. Dorothy A. Evans had a vigil and memorial on the steps of City Hall. So I'd like to share something about this extraordinary woman. Some refer to her as God's ambassador of love, quote unquote. Dr. Dorothy A. Evans has been recognized throughout the country as God's ambassador of love. Dr. Evans is a powerfully anointed woman of God who impacts the lives of many lost souls. She is a native of Columbus, Ohio. Dr. Evans has pastored Refuge Christian Center Community Church located in Pasadena, California since 1991. Her husband, Dr. Dennis B. Evans Jr., served as the bishop. She has received many accolades for her community involvement from the Pasadena Police Department, Diva Factory Arriba, AREBA, Productions, and State Senator Congressman Adam Schiff. Dr. Evans played a pivotal role in the African American Vote 2000. Her church was recognized as the Church of the Year by the Altadena NAACP and Pasadena NAACP. Dr. Evans tirelessly worked for other churches and community-based organizations throughout the community in a collaborative effort to service the needs of people. Many are blessed nationwide and abroad by Dr. Evans as she ministered in revivals, seminars, conferences, prisons, drug rehabilitation centers, and numerous community functions as the Lord led her to do so. She has also been a guest on various television programs. On May 10, 2003, she was chosen as the Mother of the Year by the Pasadena chapter of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. Dr. Dorothy Evans played an integral part in the operation of the Clergy Community Coalition in Pasadena. She was a founding member of their executive board. She has also received commendations from the White House and various other leaders, including Mayor Bill Bogart, Jack Scott, and Governor Gray Davis. On a personal note, I would just like to say she was an extraordinary person in my life. She may have been an extraordinary person in all of your lives. And I'd ask that we would adjourn tonight's meeting in honor of Dr. Dorothy A. Evans, an extraordinary leader in our community, Mayor Gordo.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I was not aware, and I'm glad you brought this to our attention. Absolutely appropriate to recognize Dr. Evans and her personal and professional contributions to Pasadena.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Hampton.
Mayor, thank you. Councilman Kennedy, thank you for bringing this up. Dr. Evans was she was a warrior of God, and I was blessed to have the opportunity to know her as a child coming up, also as an adult, as a city councilman, as a school board member. I always knew her as Mother Evans. And it was everybody who knew her, they called her Mother Evans. And her church was called Refuge. And I asked her one day, why is her church called Refuge? She said, because it's a place for anybody to come. No matter how they feel, no matter what they're doing, this is your refuge to come to my place, and you're not going to be judged. You come as you are. Right? And she treated everybody like that. And she was a walking refuge center in general. Like, her church was perfectly named refuge, because that's what she was. I mean, anything that you had going on, even if she didn't know you, she would stop you and talk to you and just have that conversation. And she was just one of those people that always left the person in a better place when she left them than they were when they first came. No matter if they were happy, no matter if they were sad, they always felt a little better after they were done talking to Miss Mother Evans. So I just have to tell the family I'm appreciative of you sharing your mother with this community. And I'm very blessed to know her. She may no longer be with us in the flesh, but she will always live on through us and the spirit and everybody that she touched. So thank you, Mayor, for giving us this opportunity to adjourn our meeting in Mother Evans' honor.
Absolutely, absolutely, Kitty, and thank you both for your eloquent comments and personal comments. And we absolutely will adjourn our meeting in honor of Dr. Dorothy A. Evans, Mother Evans, in her contributions to Pasadena. Next, we will move on to the consent calendar. Item 3, Ms. Rivas had comment on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I don't need to pull it. I just need to make a disclosure. I need to disclose that I am employed by the County of Los Angeles, specifically the Office of the County Council. This item involves entering a contract with the Sheriff's Department. Obviously, I don't have a personal interest. It's not my department, and I won't have any involvement with contracts, but in an abundance of caution, just wanted to disclose my employment for the record, and I would request that the clerk note that in the record. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 7, the matter involving Ms. Stevens is being held, and Councilmember Kennedy wanted this item pulled. Item 8.
I have a quick thing to read for item 8, Mayor. So there's an amendment to item 8 for the May 3rd, 2021 minutes, page 5, 6th paragraph. End of the sentence will now read, and advocated for all commissions to be uniform. And with that, the minutes can get approved as with that amendment. And it's, and advocated for all commissions to be uniform.
And
Mayor, we do have, and I should note, we do have public comment on items 1, 3, and 5 for the consent calendar.
Okay. So was there a sweet motion? We'll entertain a motion and go to public comment.
Move approval, Mayor.
Except for 1, 3, 5, and 7?
3 is okay now.
But there's public comment on 3. So
Okay.
before you move.
Got it. Okay. 1, 3, 5, and 7. Okay. Public comment?
Did we? Okay.
Do we want to take a sweet motion, Mayor, first? And
Was there a second?
yeah, I second it.
Okay.
Who motioned it? Sorry.
Who made the motion?
Mr.
Kennedy.
Kennedy. Except for 1.
Except, and it's except for 1, 3, 5, and 7.
Right.
I thought what we were doing was we were going to hear public comment and then entertain a motion.
I think we should probably, well, the public comments are on 1, 3, 5, and 7, Mr. Madison, so.
Right, that's how you ordinarily do it, but you could do it either way.
Okay.
Let's just take the motion up and then.
So approve all consent item with 1, except for 1, 3, 5, and 7, and number 8 as amended. Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
So that is approved unanimously. So for the public comment, as stated on the agenda, there will be one opportunity for public comment on all consent items. Comments are limited to 3 minutes each, and the mayor may limit this time if reasonable under the circumstances. So we will first recognize, well, is Susan Deming in? No. So Jasmine Richards Abdullah, followed by Adriana Batista.
Hello, City Council. So this is for item number 1, the police officers contract and PPD union salaries. Right?
This is for items 1, 3, and 5.
All right. Well, I'm stating on item number 1 right now, the police officer contract and the PPD union salaries. I find it baffling that Lieutenant Keith Gomez, who murdered Maurice Park, receives $420,786.94. Javier Aguilar, who threatened myself and my mother, receives $409,594.37. Officer Villicana, who was one of the officers who beat, killed, and spit on Reginald J.R. Thomas, gets paid $299,025.59. It seems that you all are rewarding the murders and the murders of Black people. And also, we want you guys to not approve this contract just yet, because we want you guys to think about this before you allow money from our operational and savings budget. For item number 3, approving LA Sheriff Department in Rose Bowl, at the Rose Bowl. You guys are giving them $600,000. It says that the money would be placed back into the City Council general fund. So I have a question for City Council. How can you guarantee that the money will be placed back into the general fund? And when it does, can you guys agendize when it does, so we can know that actually you guys are doing exactly what you're saying with our money? And you're increasing money for PPD and LSD, and I don't quite understand, but you guys are taking away from the community. I didn't have anything down for item number 7, but I wanted to say something for item number 5, which was you guys are it's the firefighter and ambulance improvement department or something like that. And I just want to reiterate that it took the firefighter and ambulance 17 minutes to respond to the Anthony McLean murder, who was murdered by Edwin Dumaquindin. The department is 0.3 miles away via Google Maps. It takes only 1 minute. Why did it take so long for the ambulance and fire department to get there? But the police got there before them. So that's all I have to say about agenda 1, 3, and 5. But again, I have something to say on 14, 15, and 16. So I'll give up the rest of my time.
Thank you. We'll call you for those.
Thank you, Jasmine. Just for the record, item 1 is not a contract. I think when Ms. Abdullah Richards said contract, she was referring to item 3. Item 1 is a salary schedule.
Okay. One quick question, please. Is there any, this is to the city manager, is there any employee other than the city manager whose total compensation is over $400,000?
Councilmember Kennedy, when you say total compensation, do you mean total earnings in a given year?
No, I mean all in, because I think the council needs to have a general understanding that there may be employees, and I wasn't aware of it. And I'm not including the city manager, the city clerk or the city prosecutor, city attorney in my question. And I'm excluding you as well, that's correct.
Well, as far as city employees go, I'm the highest paid city employee, although employees who earn overtime in any given year, there's usually about, half a dozen people who earn more than me because they're eligible for overtime.
Oh, wow. About a half a dozen?
If memory serves, I look sometimes just to see, and my recollection is last time I looked at total earnings.
That's fascinating. Is there a committee of the council that could just take a quick look at that, Mayor?
Well, the
finance
council
committee.
approves all the salary schedules. The council approves all of our union agreements, a number of our union agreements where we have employees who are not exempt from overtime under the Federal Fair Labor Standards Act can earn overtime. That's federal law.
The issue is not overtime. The issue is I'll just speak to the mayor. I think it would be appropriate, Mayor, if you felt so as the chair of the finance committee, that we give some kind of look at that issue. And if it's copacetic, which according to the city manager, it is, but I was not aware that there were employees making that over $400,000. I just was not aware.
And Councilmember Kenny, I'm not aware of any city employee earning more than $400,000. But my point is there are city employees who on an annual basis, because they earn overtime, may exceed my total compensation.
I'm only asking a very simple question.
Yeah.
It has to do with a comment related to 400,000, and it's over 400,000. If the answer is no, that is inaccurate, I'm not asking the mayor to agendize it or for us to talk about it.
Let me consult with her. I think I understand your point, Mr. Kennedy, and I'll talk to the city manager, and as part of the salary reviews, we can have some discussion on that.
And Councilmember Kennedy, for the record, there was no city employee whose base compensation exceeds $400,000.
Inclusive of overtime.
I think
I don't know.
I think we just need to look at whether it's total compensation. We'll look at it, Mr. Kennedy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Manager.
Okay, next.
We are going to call up Adriana Bautista, who wants to speak on 1, 3, and 5.
Bautista, welcome back.
Hi, thank you. Oh, just to get clarification, do I have 3 minutes for all 3 items?
Now, per the city's stated policy on the agenda, you have 3 minutes for those items on the consent calendar that you wish to address combined.
Okay, so 3 minutes.
3 minutes for
each
1, 3,
agenda item.
1, 3, and 5.
No, 3 minutes combined.
Okay, 3 minutes combined. Thank you.
You ready?
Okay. Yes.
All right, your time is starting now.
Okay. So in regards to agenda number item 1, I demand that the city council not approve of this item citywide. Please leave out all positions protected by the Pasadena Police Officers Association, who has been meeting in closed sessions with Steve Mermel. Almost 1/4 of PPD's budget for salaries is spent on overtime. Between 2015 and 2019, the total PPD spent on overtime pay increased by 43%, although staffing numbers remained more or less the same. Total spent on overtime in 2019 was almost $9 million, $8.9 million. There are 4 categories of overtime pay. The most recently approved MOU changed some of those formulas. They also changed the formulas for other pay. These findings are from publicly available reports by UCLA. And if any of the council members has not yet read those reports, I recommend that you do. And I heard that, so this is not an item to approve those contracts. So please let us know when those items are going to be approved. Because as Jasmine just mentioned in her comment, there are some, if you just go to Transparent California, the largest public pay and pension database where we can even search the city council and the city managers, payroll information. You'll see yourself that Keith A. Gomez received in total pay and benefits $420,000 in 2019. And he made just as much in overtime pay as he did in regular pay. So we do have big concerns. And in regards to item number 3, I want to earmark that while nationwide, there are
50
demands to
seconds.
defund the police. Pasadena is increasing funding for both PPD and LASD within the city of Pasadena. And yeah, just the question, how are the costs going to be fully recovered from the event promoter? Because that's what the attachment says, is just that these costs will be recovered from the event promoter. So how is that going to be managed and secured? Then in regards to item number 5, the Firefighters Association, yeah, they're asking to have their probation period minimized, which would be great because based on the response times, it looks like they might not be able to provide adequate services to the city of Pasadena. And I'd also like to express concern when it comes to saving gunshot wound victims, and concern that PPD and Pasadena's fire department are not adequately responding to those life-saving skills and letting people potentially bleed out, die, or get harassed after being shot. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bautista.
And we have one more public comment for item 1 only. That is Alan Shea. *6, Mr. Shea, to unmute your mic or unmute yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Once again, we're focusing in on the corruption that we're now getting into, and I think this agenda item ties directly into it. If you were to go back and evaluate the compensation that will be paid to the police involved with the cover-up, you were to identify these police officers that were involved with bringing the gun inside of a crime scene, also making sure that the narrative that Chief Perez has put out to our community, in fact, that income into this approval here, as well as what has already been identified, I think we're digging a pretty deep hole as to corruption within Pasadena and what we're falling into a very complacent role with when it comes to our police department. It is imperative that this city council do not vote to approve this and take a real deep look at the consequences, because this has been brought to your attention almost a year ago that Anthony McClain did not have a gun, that anything associated with the police is going to also impact the city, and now it's going to impact our governance here that's going to approve further corruption being funded through city and taxpayers' money. It makes no sense if we're not taking the appropriate actions here. So I think what certainly the two speakers have brought to your attention, and now we're tying it into the corruption that is clear in the pictures. And that's why I've asked the city attorney to make it clear so she can make note of it, because if not, it's going to add more light on all of us. And when I say all of us, our city and what we stand for, it's imperative. Now we're trying to approve a budget that's going to pay perhaps these same officers for money for killing somebody, and it involves corruption. There's corruption here. Let's get it cleaned up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea.
Mayor, that completes public comment on the consent calendar.
Okay. Is there a motion?
What?
I'll move 1, 3, and 5, and 7.
1, 3,
The right
1,
numbers?
3, and 5. I think Mr. Kennedy wants to speak on number 7.
Yeah, okay, 1, 3, 5.
I'll second.
Okay, go ahead.
So to approve items 1, 3, and 5, Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda. Mr. Masuda, sorry, I didn't hear you. I can see that you're saying, are you saying yes? Sir? Yes. Councilmember Rivas,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
Items 1, 3, and 5 are approved.
Mr. Masuda, you're on the screen, you show us unmuted, but we couldn't hear you. You may want to. Okay, item 7.
No, we
I'm sorry?
still can't hear
Can you
you.
hear me now?
Now we can hear you, yes.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Kennedy?
Thank you, Mayor. Please allow the record to reflect that I have enjoyed serving as one of the Pasadena's 3 representatives on the Burbank-Glendale-Pasadena Airport Authority. It was my desire to serve a full term as an airport commissioner, but the mayor asked other of our colleagues to serve. So I gladly pass the torch to my colleagues as there are complex and difficult issues to grapple with. My plate is full with matters in front of the City Council. I thank all of my colleagues for the opportunity I was given to serve our city on the Burbank-Glendale-Pasadena Airport Authority. Additionally, I remain personally and professionally committed to work with the mayor and each of you to solve the serious and sometimes daunting problems facing our city. If appropriate, Mayor, I would like to move your nominations for the Burbank-Glendale-Pasadena Airport Authority.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I want to thank you and Mr. Madison for your service on the authority. You know, as you point out, some challenging times. I want to challenge Ms. Williams, Mr. Hampton, and the current president of the authority, Mr. Selvage, to keep us informed, as you have, as Mr. Madison has, on all the complicated issues that we face at the airport. But thank you for your graciousness and for your willingness to serve.
I'll second the motion, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Madison.
So to approve the appointments and reappointments as listed on item 7 with the resignation removed from the agenda and withdrawn from consideration at this time. Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo. Motion is approved without objection.
Thank you, everyone. Next, we'll move into public hearings. And this is, let me first announce that we have a change in the agenda. It seems that item 12 will be continued until June 21st. Item 12 will be continued until June 21st with the consent of the city staff and the appellant. This is the matter involving the Arroyo Seco project. It's an appeal of the Board of Zoning Appeals decision on the modification for CUP number 62222 regarding the property located at 3420 and 3500 North Arroyo Seco Boulevard, commonly referred to as the Arroyo Seco Canyon project. And so members of the public should be aware that
Is there a motion for that?
Well, we do have a speaker card on item number 12. I was going to ask the mayor how you wanted to handle that speaker.
Let's allow the speaker to determine whether they want to make their comments now or when the matter comes back.
Okay, so we'll ask Jennifer Ho to come in and just acknowledge that the item is being continued for 2 weeks. Do you see Ms. Ho? She's coming in.
Hello.
Hello. So the council is going to continue this item. Do you need your comments to be heard today, or would you like to come back in 2 weeks?
Oh, this is a surprise.
For all of
Hey,
If it's okay, I'd love to give my comments now, and I also submitted a written comment, but it's more just to reiterate. If it's okay, I can.
Sure, absolutely. Why don't we go ahead and do that?
Sure. Awesome. So my name is Jennifer, and this comment is in regards to item number 12, as you know. I reside by the precious gift of life and habitat that is Hahamongna Watershed Park. As an affected resident who is concerned about water supplies in this region, I am grateful for the opportunity to offer a different, broader perspective about the short and long-term goals of PWP's Arroyo Seco Canyon project. Continuing to add more spreading basins is a short-term, inadequate water management plan that may be in accordance with the traditional way things were done, but have proven to be insufficient and not durable, as seen by the existing and damaged diversion and intake structures in the Arroyo Seco. It also does not satisfy the critical need to heal the planet as a means for long-term climate resiliency. When it comes to preserving and regenerating our valuable water resource, I am genuinely concerned about the way things have always been done, and I urge for a move towards holistic solutions that allow for long-term rehydration of vast landscapes and the bringing back of local important water cycles. I hope that the council considers offering education and resources about big and small water cycles to help communities better work towards infiltrating water through healthy soils. Building healthy soils across rural and urban landscapes can be a big solution to helping rehydrate California's aquifers. Each 1% increase in soil organic matter helps soil hold 20,000 gallons more water per acre and improves natural groundwater recharge. Our current water paradigm consists of us creating environments like clearing trees, few plants, hard impermeable city surfaces that cause heat island effect and ineffective rainfall. On top of this, we have systems in place that channel water out to sea as fast as possible. Meanwhile, we pump from our quickly depleting aquifers without sufficiently recharging them. A new water paradigm includes strategies like planting diverse native flora in mountain slopes to intercept rain, growing diverse plants on rooftops, switching to permeable road surfaces, helping neighbors create healthy ecological gardens.
1 minute.
And holistic water catchment systems. Yes? Oh, okay. And encouraging holistic water catchment systems rather than shuttling water out to sea as quickly as possible. With holistic changes in land management techniques like these, we can create an environment that allows for replenishment of local important water cycles and formation of abundant and cool landscapes. Thank you.
Mayor, and I would just note that this is the time and place for the public hearing on the adoption of the resolution approving the 2020, sorry, I'm wrong public hearing. Let me try that again. Sorry, this is the time and place for the public hearing on the appeal, the Board of Zoning Appeals decision on the modification to conditional use permit number 6222 regarding the properties located at 3420 and 3500 North Arroyo Boulevard, also known as the Arroyo Seco Canyon project. The public hearing notice, 66 copies of the public hearing notice were posted on May 24th, 2021, and 376 copies of the notice were mailed on May 21st, 2021. That 9 letters were received stating opposition, expressing concerns, and/or providing comments related to the Arroyo Seco Canyon project, as well as a signed Pasadena water petition containing more than 1,000 signatures urging the city to protect the natural character of the Arroyo Seco Canyon. The city clerk's office also received a quote settlement proposal / resolution from the Arroyo Seco Foundation as it relates to this matter. All of the correspondence and these materials were posted online, distributed to the city council, and are part of this public hearing record. So now it would be appropriate to continue the hearing to June 21st at 4:30 p.m.
Mayor?
You need a motion, somebody,
I have a comment first, if you don't mind. Only to the extent that, unfortunately, I think you and the clerk are aware of this.
That's right.
Be on a plane traveling back from Boston on the 21st.
Right.
They're the Municipal Services Committee. This project is an important part of the water resource master plan, which is coming in front of my committee. I guess I would ask if there's an alternative date, just because I think it's important that I have an opportunity to participate in that hearing. The Raymond Basin, as you know, is a very important part of our water supply. So if it's possible to find a date where I could attend, I would be grateful.
That's a good point. You are the chair.
July 12th, Mayor, I'm looking at David Reyes, July 12th, 2021 at 4:30 PM. We could do that date. Is that okay with, okay. So that appears to be a date that is okay.
So moved.
Moved.
Second.
Seconded. Ms. Williams?
And just a question as to why we're continuing this.
Allow dialogue between the appellant and the city.
Okay. I wish I'd known that before I spent 6 hours reading all the documents.
You and I both.
Councilmember, we received just this afternoon a proposal, and staff has been considering it. So to allow that dialogue to continue, appreciate you and the other members of the council reviewing the staff report. I know it's voluminous, but we do think in the interest of trying to come to an amicable solution, we should give this a little more time and allow the staff to work with the Arroyo Seco Foundation.
And for the record, the proposal was received at 4:14 PM by the city.
And anyone who, and this goes for members of the public as well, anyone who's not had the opportunity to visit the project location. I went last week, and for those of you who've taken the time and been able to go out there, it's worth going. If you've not been able to, I would encourage you to do that.
So we have a
Okay.
motion and a second to continue to July 12th, 2021 at 4:30 PM. Roll call, Mayor. Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Just to confirm, the public hearing, this is a public hearing, correct?
yes.
We continue.
And the public hearing was opened at a earlier time.
It was open today.
Who did that?
I did it. I just
Oh,
opened.
you require a council member to do anything.
Not to open the public hearing.
Got it. Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas,
Yeah.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
Motion is approved without opposition.
Okay, so that brings us to item 11. And I'll turn it over to City Clerk to open the public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time and place for the public hearing on the adoption of a resolution approving the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan and Water Shortage Contingency Plan. On May 6th and May 13th, 2021, the public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press and the Pasadena Journal. The city clerk's office received 4 letters expressing concerns and providing suggestions regarding the urban water management plan and stating the need for a better visible model that can help better explain the workings of the plan. That correspondence was posted online, distributed to the city council, and is part of the public hearing record.
Sorry, let me, Mr. Wilson, Vice Mayor Wilson, as chair of the Municipal Services Committee, would you like to just make a few comments and we can move on to the staff presentation? Or you can
I'd be happy to. The Municipal Service Committee did hear this item. I would say if you haven't had a chance to go through the Urban Water Management Plan, it is I think a very comprehensive assessment of where our water comes from, what the risks are, both in terms of things like drought and global warming and earthquakes. It's a bit eye-opening. My understanding, this is kind of a regulatory form. It's, I think, has a good collection of information. It is not our plan around how we are going to provide water in our city, but it lays out kind of the conditions that we're navigating. But the MSC did unanimously approve the 2020 Urban Water Management Plan. So with that, I would turn it over to the staff.
City Manager? Mr. Bawa?
Mayor, let me turn it over to Gachar Mbawa, General Manager of Water and Power, for the presentation.
Thank you,
Welcome, Mr. Bawa.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you, Steve, and respected mayor and council members. As the vice mayor detailed, this plan is a 20-year plan. It's required by the California Department of Water Resources. They provide a certain format. They require certain type of information. This information is more conforming to the format and the regulatory requirements. In near future, we would bring you our own water system and resource plan, which is a very detailed plan with respect to, so a lot of elements of this plan are included in that, but also that plan deals with the larger issues of water supply, sustainability, and things like those. In addition to that, what kind of capital improvements would we require? So I'm stating that because it creates somewhat of a confusion, and some of the comments that have come overlap these two plans. There were two comments that we had, public comments that we had received when we went to MSC, and they both have been addressed in attachment B in the council report now. The other comments that we received would also be included in the final report that we would submit to the Water Resources Board. I have Natalie Overslot here, who's the project manager, would be happy to go over the details if you like, or we can answer any questions that you may have.
What's the pleasure of the council? Do we have comment cards on this matter?
Yes, Mayor. I think we have one public comment speaker. Yes, we have one public comment speaker on this.
Why don't we take that and, or do we need a full presentation on this matter? Okay, why don't we take public comment on that?
Okay, we'll bring in Gina Dance.
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Dance. Go ahead and you can start your public comment.
I'm sorry, I made the error of putting the wrong number. I was initially for number 12, but it's sorry on my end, and this is not in regards to public comment number 11. I apologize.
Okay, well, we're gonna continue the public hearing. We've continued the public hearing to July 12th, so you haven't lost your opportunity to speak on item 12.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dance.
Mayor, that completes public comment on this item.
Okay, are there any questions related to this item? Or can we entertain a motion?
So move, Bo. That was a fantastic presentation.
Well, can we close the public hearing? Sorry.
Second. Sorry, second.
Moved and seconded.
Mayor, I have a quick question, please. I'm
Mr.
sorry.
President?
Just for the record, Mr. Bawa or city manager, can you just briefly share what the relationship is between agenda item 11 and 12, if any?
So, council member, I can explain. The item number 11 is a plan. It's a 20-year plan which requires the city to look out 20 years in terms of what the demand forecast would be for the water and how that demand would be met. And what if there is a shortage or extended period of shortage, how would those situations be met by the city? Item 12 is very specific to one project, and that's the Arroyo Seco Canyon project. The current plan, item 11, is not subject to EIR, and the item 12 is subject to EIR, which is being appealed to the council. And this question had, similar question had come up at MSC. By approving this plan, there is no action in this, if you approve this plan, that would affect the outcome of the item 12. That's an independent item.
Okay, then I do have a question, Mayor.
Mr. Goodman.
I would like to know what is the plan since from its inception, the Raymond Basin has dropped 250 feet from its original, maybe this is not accurate, this part, from its original level. It may not be from the original level, but it is a level that's agreed upon by our consultants and by staff, 250 feet. And it doesn't seem to me that there is an adequate way in which to replenish that loss of water. And it also appears that one of the strategies, and this is no disrespect to staff, because I could be totally wrong, that we will deal with it at a later time. What is your response, Mr. Bawa?
So initially, council member, I had mentioned that the water system and resource plan can be confused with the urban water management plan, which is the subject matter of today, because they both, in theory, look very similar. What's the demand? How are we going to meet that demand? But the water system resource plan gets into far more details and not confined by the regulatory format or requirements that the state has. So that's why I mentioned we would address those issues when we bring it to the council, and hopefully within next few weeks. It's not too far out.
Well, is my question more aligned with item 12 than item 11?
Your item, your concern is, I think, more aligned with the item that's yet to come to the city council.
Okay, thank you very much, and I'll wait until that time.
The discussion's coming.
Thank you, Mayor.
If I may chime in there, I do think, Councilmember Kennedy, the health of the Raymond Basin is critically important. 40% of our water comes from our local water supply. This urban water management plan does identify the issues around the risks around the Raymond Basin. It doesn't kind of commit the city to a specific strategy, and that's the document that's coming, John, the WSRP, which says, where is our water coming from? What are the resources we need? What are the investments we need to make? That's much more of an operational document. I think this one really kind of sets the framework that we're working in, and it's more of a regulatory kind of disclosure. It's super helpful, but it doesn't commit, at least as I understand it, well, hopefully I got this right, to an implementation strategy. It's an analytical kind of process and not a planning process, even though it's called a plan. Our plan is what will be in that WSRP, Water Resource Plan, that will come, I think, in a few weeks.
Thank you.
It's been a long time in the making.
And it's important, obviously.
Yeah. So with that, is there a motion?
We have a motion and a second, Mayor, to close the public hearing, if you want to do that one first.
Roll call.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Public hearing is closed unanimously.
On the merits, is there a motion?
I think Councilmember Hampton made that motion.
Okay.
Chair, you can motion it. I could second it, no problem.
I'll certainly move the item.
Moved by Vice Mayor Wilson, seconded by Mr. Hampton. Roll call.
Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is approved without opposition.
Item 12 is continued, and
Thank you.
now we'll Turn to items. Thank you, Mr. Bawa. Enjoyed the walk and tour of Hahamanga with you last week. Next, we'll move to item 13. This is another public hearing, and I'll turn it over to the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. This is the time and place for the public hearing on the approval of the annual action plan 2021 to 2022 and related funding applications for the Community Development Block Grant, Home Investment Partnership Act, and Emergency Solutions Grant programs on May 3rd and on May 6th and June 3rd, 2021. The public hearing notice was published in the Pasadena Press and the Pasadena Journal. We did not receive any correspondence related to this matter.
Presentation, Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. With us are Bill Wong and Randy Mabson and Ann Lansing. Jennifer O'Reilly.
And Jim Wong.
And Jim Wong. This is a fairly routine matter that comes before the council on a periodic basis, and we'll ask Randy Mabson to give a short presentation on the recommended allocation of CDBG funds.
Thank you, excuse me, City Manager, and to the council and City Mayor and residents of Pasadena. This presentation is for the approval of the annual action plan for program year 21-22. This recommendation, of course, is exempt from any environmental quality act. This application, we're asking for an approval to submit to HUD for CDBG, the Community Development Block Grant, the Emergency Solutions Grant, ESG, and the Home Investment Partnership Grant, known as HOME. And I'll go through each one of these programs to review the proposed projects to be funded for this year or the next fiscal year. The annual action plan, it sets forth the projected uses for the funds for each program year. It addresses the efforts made towards accomplishing the goals and objectives that were included in the city's 5-year consolidated plan. This particular annual action plan is for year number 2. This first slide here is a list of the projects proposed for the Community Development Block Grant Program. 15% of our allocation goes towards public services. The remaining goes towards administration and city set aside. We have some new programs for our public service this year through the Foothill Family Service. Foothill Unity Center is going to be expanding their health program. Spirit Awakening Foundation is going to be doing a mentoring leadership program. We have $350,000 set aside for our single-family residential rehabilitation program that's funded through the MASH. $1 million set aside for the Robinson Recreation Center pool renovation project, and then just over $100,000 for the Villa Park security improvements. And of course, our Section 108 repayment that we'll be paying back our $6 million loan that we used to fund the renovation of the Robinson Park Recreation Center. So total in CDBG, we're asking to allocate just over $3.2 million. Next, we have the Home Investment Partnership Act, which is just over $2.5 million in total. We have a certain amount that we're supposed to set aside for CHOTO, I believe it's 15%, of $125,000, but the major project will be for the affordable rental housing of new construction, which is just over $2.3 million. Finally, we have the Emergency Solutions Grant, which is for our homeless outreach and homeless prevention and emergency shelters. We have about $178,688 allocated for those particular categories. So we also have goals that we set for each one of our programs. So this chart shows our goals for year funding 2. So owner-occupied housing, we plan to assist 12 housing units from that new construction project from the home program. We plan to construct 112 new rental housing units. Our public services plan to serve over 2,000 persons. You know, through our various homelessness programs, we'll be providing shelter to almost 400 persons and homeless prevention to 30 persons. Our infrastructure, which is our sidewalk project, will assist over 7,000 persons, which is the sidewalk project in the Northwest Pasadena. And then our two facilities, which include the Villa Park and the Robinson Park pool renovation. In total, we're going to submit an application and have available just over $5.9 million from our home ESG and CDBG allocation programs. And that concludes this presentation, and we'll be welcome to answer any questions that come about.
Mayor? Vice Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Kennedy?
I'll be quick. The $50,000 that's allocated to the Housing Rights Organization, and I did send a note to the city manager and he answered the question. What I'm asking tonight is if the council and staff could make a modification to the $50,000. When this came to us, I believe last year, it could have been the year before, but I'm 80% sure that it came to us last year. The council was empathetic that $50,000 was not enough for the tremendous work that this very small body does on behalf of the limited income residents of the city of Pasadena. $50,000 doesn't go very far, as I mentioned to the city manager, and I'd like to know from staff and from my colleagues, but particularly staff, if there's a way in which that amount could be increased, given the concerns that were raised last year when the representative of that organization came before us and presented, and there seemingly was unanimous willingness to do more for that organization because it's serving a population that has the most limited of needs, the most limited of resources in terms of money and the highest need. So I think it would behoove us, because we all are concerned about our limited income residents and neighbors, that we would give some additional consideration. However, that for this particular issue.
And Councilmember Kennedy, if I may, and I appreciated our dialogue over the weekend, this 50,000 represents just a portion of funds allocated to the Housing Rights Center. In this instance, it's coming from this funding source. Bill Wong advises that in addition to the 50,000, they've also received an additional $200,000 from the city. If you recall, the council effectively doubled their allotment about a year or so ago, and that allowed them to hire some additional staff. And if council's interested, Bill could elaborate further, but their total allocation to the city is at least $250,000.
And with that, just for clarification for the whole council, do they receive similar funding from other municipalities?
Yes, they are. They receive. This is Bill Wong. They receive. They have government contracts with different agencies. So the funding that we provide to them is specifically for Pasadena. It's enabled them to set up an additional office, additional staff person besides the one at JRC. They have another office and dedicated staff and dedicated phone lines specifically for Pasadena tenant-landlord dispute issues.
And where is that office located?
At the 1015 North Lake Avenue building, the former PEC building.
Okay, all righty. And are those dedicated services to the city of Pasadena, and do we have priority since their FTEs in that organization are very limited.
Yes, there's staffing dedicated to Pasadena.
I'm fine. Mayor, I'd like to move this item if it's appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. I recall the
Oh, I had
conversation.
a question about it as well.
I'm glad that we addressed it. Mr. Hampton?
Sorry about that. Yeah, I had a question, just to piggyback off of, Councilmember Kennedy's questions. How has since we have augmented, with extra funding to the housing rights, organization, how has the reception been? Have you been receiving any more, I wouldn't say there were complaints, but, do we need to augment more, or is the number fine? Are they able to answer all the questions that our residents have?
Yeah, thank you, council member. Their capacity we've increased their capacity several fold here in Pasadena from what it was before. Before 50,000 was the only, from CDBG, or from the, CDBG admin dollars was the only amount. So they're able to do significantly more. And so far, it seems like they've been able to handle the demand so far. We will see what happens when all the eviction moratoria disappear. But at this point, their increased capacity seems to be sufficient to handle the load. We're not hearing a lot of complaints about cases not getting covered, not getting attention.
Okay, and I'm glad that you alluded to when the moratorium comes up. I'm hopeful that none of the property owners just try to evict everybody, but that's just being hopeful. But realistically, have we prepared for that when we hit that hurdle, or hit that hump?
Right. Right. So as you may recall, that the city, we used some of our own CDBG COVID dollars to run $1 million emergency rental assistance program, which served over 275 renter households here. And then the county also ran a program. And last we heard, the county's funding for Pasadena residents was about $2 million. And then currently the state has a emergency rental assistance program for which Pasadena renters are eligible. That money's been slow coming out, but the program is ramping up, and it's funded at very large amounts. So we will see. There seems to be a lot of resources to help renters pay their back rent, and for some of the programs, like the state's program, they can even pay for a little bit of future rent as well.
Have you been following, or has there been any data that has come back to let us know what the percentage of renters in the city of Pasadena that are behind on rent?
As far as we know, there's no sort of comprehensive data like that. So we are not aware of any data. So
what about property owners? Have property owners reached out to you to say that they're behind on that?
No. I mean, the property owners were paid directly through our emergency rental assistance program. Our $1 million went directly to property owners, as did the county's program.
You have addresses for all the property owners in Pasadena, right?
I believe planning does.
Is there a way we could send out a letter to see? I mean, I think it's worthy for us to know that information prior to the storm that is about to come, or hopefully there won't be one. But
unfortunately, we can probably figure out a way through the Apartment Owners Association to try and get more data. unfortunately, because the federal program and the county programs were not run through us, Mr. Hampton, we just don't have the data. I asked similar questions and we just don't have the data, but I think you suggested that we try and get more data is a good one. Maybe we can work with the Apartment Owners Association. They may have at least more information on a percentage basis of their membership, how many people are behind.
Yeah, we can touch base. I'm sorry, we could touch base with the Foothill Apartment Owners Association. And we did utilize them to outreach to their members for all these rental assistance programs. So we made sure they knew about it and they passed the word on to their members as well.
Okay. It'll be helpful for tenants.
Thank you. Mayor, if I just,
and for property owners to have more information, I think it would be helpful. Mr. Kennedy?
I was derelict in not thanking the person who made the presentation tonight, Randy Mabon, who always is prepared and makes us proud. And I would say that for the housing staff, I think I will speak, but I suspect that many of the council members and possibly the mayor feel the same way. All of his staff just has simply been outstanding with the limited resources that they have to work with to address a monumental problem of finding, building, acquiring housing for the lower income members of our community. So Randy, I just want to say thank you, and to all of the staff in housing, including its illustrious director. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Judge.
Ditto to that, what Councilmember Kennedy said, and Randy, you're doing a fantastic job. We always really appreciate the housing department and how responsive they are to the needs of our community. Thank you.
Very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you. So do we need a roll call?
We have a motion made by Mr. Kennedy, by Councilmember Kennedy, but we haven't closed the public hearing.
Second.
And so now we have a second to to Councilmember Kennedy's motion, but we still need a motion and a second for the closing.
Public hearing.
Second.
Roll call?
Yes.
Councilmember Hampton said yes. Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Councilmember Wilson? Vice Mayor Wilson?
Yes.
Sorry, Vice Mayor. Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
The public hearing is closed.
On the merits?
On the
Roll
merits, Councilmember Hampton?
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy?
Yes.
Councilmember Madison?
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda?
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas?
Yes.
Councilmember Williams?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson?
Yes.
Mayor Gordo?
Yes.
Motion is approved without opposition.
Okay, that moves us to item 14. And we do have some public speakers on item 14.
Yes, Mayor and Council, we have a number of public comments for item 14. I counted 13. And I would note that we received 13 letters in opposition to the proposed budget for the Pasadena Police Department, recommending less funding towards policing and more funding toward community investment in housing, public health, mental health, and youth outreach, with one of the letters citing the need for transparency as it relates to the police department's budget. And those letters were posted online, distributed to the council, and as part of this public hearing record as we continue through the budget process.
Okay. So why don't we,
do you want to go to the public comments for?
Let's go to public comment and then we'll continue in a minute.
Okay. So Andrew Good is listed, but I do not see Andrew in the meeting. Sarah Macedo is also listed next. So Tammy Silver is the first speaker that we can recognize and bring into the meeting, followed by Ann Kay and Adriana Bautista.
Silver, welcome, and I hope things are going well.
They are. Hi, yeah, thank you, Mayor Gordo and council members. I'm speaking tonight because it is true that where we spend our money reflects our priorities. And for all residents of Pasadena to flourish, our city budget cannot continue with business as usual. I would like to see enhanced funding for community needs such as parks and recreation, youth programming, mental health needs, homelessness needs. And let's keep our police force focused on what they excel at. We have a great police force. Let's keep them fighting crimes, solving crimes, ensuring safety at large events. Let's not have the police department solve all of our city problems. Some activities they are currently tasked with are better done by other departments and organizations. And I encourage our city leaders to be good stewards of our tax dollars and allocate funding away from the Pasadena Police Department and to departments and organizations where their expertise in human and social services is put to its highest and best use. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. Before you leave, let me just say that I appreciate your work at PCC. The speaker following you and I and a group of young people from our community are going to come visit you. My office is working to schedule an office visit to talk about job training and opportunities at PCC. And so I look forward to having that discussion.
Thank you. Wonderful. Pleased to hear it.
So Ann Kay is going to come into the meeting, followed by Adriana Bautista and then Jill Shook.
I thought Adriana will be next.
Ann Kay, there you go.
Ann Kay.
Hello. So in 2020, the police operating budget we're currently operating under was set at 89 million. This year, it's again increased to 92 million. This makes the residents of Pasadena feel that calls to reduce the funding of a bloated police department were entirely ignored. I'm calling to support that the funds be divested from the police operating budget and not just creatively reinvested into the department under new facades. Reinvesting into housing, public health, and parks and community services is needed, especially since these services combined are still receiving less than the police are under the current budget proposal. Last mayoral election was close, and the results were due in a large part to how ill-suited the previous office was to making meaningful change to the outdated systems in place. And Pasadena is currently looking for a city council that can do what's best for the city and not be towed by private interest. In addition, if I have time, I'd like to comment on the whole park security thing that was discussed kind of earlier. Populated parks are the best security that can be offered. I'm sorry, park population is the best thing that can be offered. And police officers can often make public spaces seem more unwelcome. It's kind of difficult for us to promote youth kind of getting off their phones every now and then, wherein public spaces are turned into places where they can be arrested for the crime of loitering. So yeah, I wanted to thank you all for hearing me, and I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann.
So we'll bring in Adriana Bautista, followed by Jill Shook, followed by Pastor Mayra Macedo Nolan. Ms. Bautista, go ahead.
Fiscal year 2022 increases PPD's budget to 96 million, including capital improvements. I recommend a thorough investigation of PPD's MOUs, overtime, other pay, pensions, and overall spending. I also recommend PPD sell their Bearcat tank to use the funds instead of receiving an increase. Yes, it's a tank, despite Steve Vermel trying to fool you into thinking an armored vehicle is not a tank. They can also forbid mutual aid be used against protesters, which is extremely costly and has not been used ethically. On August 20th, 2020, 5 days after Anthony McLean was killed, Steve Mermel, Chief Perez, and Deputy Chief Moody ordered and stood beside the city's armored Bearcat vehicle aka a tank, as hundreds of police from 4 different cities dressed in riot gear enclosed protesters at City Hall. I know because I was there. Earlier that day, Mermelin Perez told Jasmine Richards Abdullah that it would be okay to camp at City Hall and protest. Instead, at midnight, riot police approached us from all angles as we peacefully occupied the stairs at City Hall. Do not pass this funding, especially not the capital improvements. They have capital they should not have for the safety of our residents. They misuse and abuse this equipment by killing Black residents and pointing their gear at those who speak out against them. By refusing to look further into this and by refusing to fire Steve Mermel, who has propped them up every step of the way, even to the degree of throwing out OIR as IAP for Pasadena, you are all complicit. Again, please do not approve this capital funding. They have capital they should not have and are abusing. Thank you.
Thank you. Jill Shook, followed by Pastor Myra, sorry about mispronouncing your name, Myra Macedo Nolan. Ms. Shook, go ahead.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yes, in regard to the operating budget, I support others who have asked for a portion of the funds to go to a group like Cahoots. And I want to thank our housing department for their excellent work. When I read the Pasadena Now article over the weekend about all the Pasadena police calls during the month of May, I appreciated even more all that our police do for the community. But as the previous speakers have said, we need to continue to make sure things are done in a just and fair way. Of the list of calls that were in that article, there was only one that was in regard to a homeless resident. And it was quite ambiguous as to who the victim was that received the hot water poured upon them and who the perpetrator was. This was not an issue that involved a gun, but it's a great example of the kind of situation that should not be a police call, but with a group like Cahoots. It's my understanding that in 2018, there were 1,800 calls for those experiencing homelessness. When I asked how this could be possible with only a little over 500 homeless residents, the response was essentially that many of our homeless neighbors were arrested multiple times. When I inquired about why they were arrested, and the police responded saying it was mostly for loitering. This really makes no sense to me, since those without a home really have no place indoors where they can be. So please, I strongly encourage you to allocate police funds for such a program as Cahoots and to our housing department. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Shook. Next.
We'll bring in Pastor Myra Macedo Nolan, followed by Pastor Kerwin Manning, followed by Gina Dance. Myra?
Pastor Myra?
Yes, good evening, council members, mayor, city staff. I am a local resident. I reside in District 1, but I am also today speaking as the executive director of the Clergy Community Coalition. And I want to thank council members Kennedy and Hampton for acknowledging the passing of our founding board member, Mother Evans. That was really important and really special. As I reviewed the city's proposed budget, I found myself really disappointed that after a year of the largest public health crisis of most of our lifetimes, our public health budget did not see an increase. Also disappointed that after a year and a half of pandemic-related isolation, our budget does not reflect investment into the mental and emotional well-being of our residents. And disappointed that in a time when police, community relations, and trust in local law enforcement are in the gutter, our budget reflects a status quo philosophy of funding public safety. I believe that a budget is a moral document. It is precisely a point-in-time statement of priorities and an expression of our values. Matthew 6:22 tells us, where your treasure is, there your heart will be also. Further, Matthew 25, we can derive that We must look at every line item in the budget from the bottom up, starting with how it impacts the least of these. That chapter in the Bible says, when you did it unto the least of these, you did it unto me. And it is also how nations and cities and average people, wealthy people, clergy, and city leaders will be judged by God per Matthew 25:45. When you did not do it for the least of these, you did not do it unto me. Chief Perez has said publicly that he believes economics lie at the heart of our community violence issues. It is not his job to change that. It is the job of our hired and elected city leaders. I urge the city council to request that staff go back and make adjustments to the proposed budget to reflect direct reinvestment into community services that increase safety and create and increase equity for those who have been historically marginalized or excluded from resources and opportunities in our community. I urge you to ask questions like, what if we took the moral mandate to govern well and protect the most vulnerable seriously? What if we invested in closing the economic and health disparity gap? What if we found ways to make sure mental health services were available to anyone who needed them? What if we reimagined land use and created more affordable housing and ensured every person who wants to be housed can be? City Council, I believe you
30
can
seconds.
invest in innovative strategies to realize public safety. I believe you can do it. And I will speak for the clergy and for the CCC when I say that the local church can do more and will do more than pray and react to crises. We want to be a proactive part of the solution. The first part of work is for you, the officials we elected, to approve a budget only if it passes this morality test. And we are here to join you in the work that follows. Thank you.
Thank you. Pastor Kerwin Manning, followed by Gina Dance, followed by perhaps Georgia Sanders, if not Bert Newton. Pastor Manning?
Thank you, Mayor. I could just say yes to Pastor Meyer. That was excellent. But I will say this as well to our esteemed mayor, vice mayor, council members, and city manager. I've had the honor of pastoring this city for over 20 years now, and I fully understand the importance of honoring my word to the residents of this great city and to my congregation. And you, my friends, you have the same obligation, ensuring that you honestly respect and champion the desires of the people who elected you to represent them. So I implore you to not disregard the many voices of citizens who are concerned about the budget for fiscal year 2022. We are demanding that you reconsider pouring millions into frivolous police spending and reassign these funds appropriately, investing in the community. In the midst of a global pandemic and its terrible aftermath, it's become explicitly obvious to us that something has to change. There's a greater expectation for you to really work through the details of our city's finances and not rubber stamp the police's proposals. They are not designed to help our community heal and recover from such devastating circumstances. Instead, I ask you to directly fund services that will ultimately make us stronger and better as a city. For example, you voluntarily fund the Pasadena outreach team. Your voluntary funding of this is not acceptable. It doesn't provide sufficient support, sufficient hours of availability. It doesn't even provide for a mental health professional. I'll say it again. In this season of rebuilding and restoration, the residents of this city are calling upon you to do right by the same people who trusted their votes to you. Reallocate funds from unnecessary police spending and utilize them to strengthen the foundation of our community. Invest in services that help our people. And finally, I've always thought that it's unfair and highly disingenuous of you to cut the allotted speaking time of residents for the sake of time. I've seen and heard in these 20 years, I've seen and heard you all go into the wee hours of the night, taking your time, allowing each member of the council to fully express themselves. So
30 seconds.
Allow us to have 3 minutes. And in addition to that, I think you all should, it should be mandatory for you to show your faces on the screen for the duration of the council meeting. That's a side note. But Mayor, I'm confident that you'll stand by this because this is what endeared us to you as you walked with members of our city, as you talked with us, as you listened to us, Mayor, city council members. Don't stop now. Listen to us and refund our community. God bless you.
Thank you, Pastor Manning.
Thank you.
You know, on the issue of, I'm told that the public only sees the speaker view and doesn't see the rest of the council while we're in the meeting. Is that correct?
It's active speaker mode, yes.
Okay. I received a number of calls related to that you know, people don't feel that's sufficient. They prefer to see the council, all of the council, as particularly when we're having deliberations. Okay.
So you want us to look into making sure that everybody
Yeah,
can see
look
everyone
into
at
it.
all times?
Well, you have the
The gallery view, is that what you're asking for? Okay, I believe that is on KPAS's side, and we will talk with them. But that's something we can
let's
look
see what the
into.
options are.
Yes.
And Mayor, could I suggest, rather than just, I mean, I understand their trade-offs, I think we should look at the options. When someone's presenting it, it's hard to look across 10 faces while to figure out who's talking.
We'll figure it out. But I have received a few comments from members of the public. I don't know if the rest of you have.
Yeah, and I'm not sure how easy it is to transition from gallery view to live view, or to active speaker view. But I'll investigate it, and I'll talk with you after.
And we'll be live and in person soon, so that may resolve that matter as well. Okay. Next speaker.
Gina Dance. We almost had a famous speaker. Gina Dance, followed by Georgia Sanders, followed by Bert Newton. Ms. Dance, please unmute and go ahead and start.
My name is Gina and I live in Council District 3. We demand that the mayor and the city council make drastic changes to Pasadena's budget, including a new approach to public safety and substantial investments in Black and Brown communities. The proposed budget is unacceptable. I and many others are sick and tired of living in and being a product of a police state. We are done paying for the institution that produces racism, violence, and poverty. We are done talking. It's time to put money where the people are at. We need more money in public and mental health, homelessness, and community programming and housing needs. Housing security. Housing continues to come forward as a major theme. The dire need to offer dignified, permanent housing option to Pasadenians living on the streets remains high priority. We need to divert money to our community, and the city of Pasadena has failed us with this new proposal. Under Pasadena's residents' proposal, as we hear people speak today, the bulk of the taxpayer money would instead go to much needed community investment. Law enforcement does not equal public safety. They're not the only solution to creating community safety. We want to reimagine community safety with a focus on mental health care, housing, and other social services. Don't add funding to the Pasadena Police Department programs. Now is the time to divest in Pasadena Police Department, divest in communities without Pasadena Police Department involvement. We must remove police and fund community workers and professionals who can provide the needed support. I really hope you listen to us today because you have failed us already. Please take the time to reprioritize the Pasadena proposed operations budget. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Ms. Dance.
Georgia Sanders would be next, but we haven't been able to locate her in the Zoom meeting, so we'll move on to Bert Newton, followed by Alan Shea. Mr. Newton, *6 to unmute. There you go. And your time is starting now.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Can I be heard?
Yes, you're good.
Okay. So I know this all seems extreme and radical, but I think a dire situation calls for extreme action. I also want to advocate for reallocating some money designated for the police department to affordable housing and services for the community. When we have a situation in which the funds from the city to the police department dwarf the funds allocated to housing, to the health department, and to other services such as parks and recreation, then we need to ask ourselves what sort of community we have become. That we put that we put more resources into violent response than into humanitarian response. We know full well that the police department is used primarily to monitor and control behavior in low-income, primarily Black and brown communities. So then we should also know that if we eliminate poverty and racism, that we will eliminate much of the actual and perceived need for the police department. As a way to reallocate money, I also want to advocate for bringing a cahoots model to Pasadena. While port may be good, it is something that is not only lower cost, but also that takes calls redirected from 911. Only a cahoots model will significantly be able to reduce the number of calls that police are asked to respond to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Newton.
We'll call in Alan Shea.
Mr. Shea? Alan?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. Once again, I'd like to acknowledge Mother Evans, and I like to share the news that Mother Evans opened up her church for the funeral service of Miss Irene Mimi Bailey, which is Anthony McLean's grandmother who raised him since he was 7. And as you can see, this keeps coming back to a crucial issue of the McLean shooting. And now we have corruption. And now we're talking about funding the same entity that is continuing to deplete the community of leadership. We need not approve the funding for the police as it relates to this without looking into this seriously. And I would certainly hope that the city council look into the evidence of corruption to make sure exactly where we stand before we start supporting other requirements or requests from the police department. This meeting today is crucial that we pay attention to what the community is saying. We're bringing this to your attention, and we're hoping that we get compliance with what the community is bringing to your attention. This is crucial. So hopefully we have some response. We have 4 or 5 attorneys around that hopefully this is some basic stuff with the corruption that has taken place regarding our police department. And now they're asking for taxpayers' money to further provide for their corruption activity. It makes no sense. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Next speaker.
We'll bring in Jasmine Richards Abdullah. Ms. Abdullah.
Okay. I just want to start off by stating that you guys are there's $0 of the general fund going to the library. John Perez gets paid $457,152.45. PPD is rating the Pasadena General Fund, and this is not acceptable. Pasadena Police Department operational budget savings are not for PPD to remodeling and technological upgrades, but should be returned to be allocated to benefit the community. For fiscal year 2021, PPD exceeded their approved budget. The amount was $92.83 million. The proposed budget was $89 million. We need to invest more in parks and recreation and community services. The proposed budget for community services in parks and recreation is $22,896,000, a 12.4% decrease. At the last city council meeting, John Perez stated that a 12 to 13-year-old boy was apprehended with a gun. He stated that we need to have more community outreach programs for the youth. How do you expect us to do this if you keep divesting from parks and recreation? We need to invest in our kids' future, not add to the school to prison pipeline. We're asking you to divest from the PPD and invest in our parks, recreation, and community services. And I'm give up the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Thank you. We'll bring in Ed Washatka next, followed by Breathe Justice, followed by Sonia Burnt, and then Chris Ogerhauser.
Mr. Washatka, welcome.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Good evening. I'm representing Pasadena's Organizing for Progress. We wish to express our concern about the 2022 Police Department budget. While the budget is described as flat compared to prior years, it is still disproportionate when compared to the budgets for the Departments of Public Health, Housing, and other community services. After subtracting the Water and Power Department budget from the list of appropriations, the police will receive 18% of the remaining general fund, while the Housing Department receives only 8% and the Health Department receives just 4%. Very simply, the funding for police is out of alignment with community needs. The chief has stated overall crime continues to trend downward. Conversely, the demand for services from the Departments of Housing, Health, Parks, Recreation, and Community Services continues to grow without any commensurate increase in appropriations. In fact, the Health Department receives little to no funding from the city's general fund. Mostly it comes from grants, a shocking fact when considering what's required of this department. We remind Mayor Gordo he promised to ensure the council and staff would listen and act for everyone, including families, seniors, youth, while protecting our most vulnerable residents. Yet, when looking at the monies allocated to the police, it seems the budget ignores the ever-increasing demand for various community services. The twin issues of housing and homelessness loom large as more people are likely to lose their housing after the rent moratorium ends. However, the continued extraordinary funding for the policing, rather than allocating additional appropriations for housing and health departments, ignores the reality facing the city and its residents. POP asserts that the current police budget is unsustainable and
1
cannot
minute.
continue to consume the city's general fund at the current rate. Perhaps the mayor could appoint a city budget task force similar to the housing task force to conduct a community conversation in advance of the 2023 budgeting process so that all residents can provide input regarding the priorities of appropriations for services. The current budget process is reactive. It lacks transparency and inclusivity. The process makes residents wait for the budget presentation before making public comment. POP calls on the mayor, the council, and the city staff to make the budgeting process proactive, starting months in advance, so that the residents of all social and economic levels are empowered to participate and contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. We will bring in Breathe Justice, followed by Sonia Burnt, followed by Chris Okershauser.
Ms. Justice, welcome.
Thank you. Breathe Justice members humbly request that you approach the budget differently this fiscal year. Invest in actual community needs over the status quo. PPD is reported to have saved $2.3 million in operating budget savings this past fiscal year. Though non-essential to PPD, these funds could prove vital to uplifting our community. The city's general fund allocates just $1.475 million to the entire housing department budget. Despite non-local funding, there are currently over 500 unhoused Pasadenans. In 2019, 32% of people arrested by PPD were unhoused. 28% of Pasadenans arrested were Black, despite Black people making up only 9% of the population. This is unacceptable. Gang and gun violence are often used to stoke fear and increase police department funding. But what if we invested in non-police affiliated alternatives proven to affordably and effectively address these issues? For mere crumbs from PPD's $92 million operating budget, Pasadena should employ successful, non-police affiliated public health programs like 1. Advanced Peace, which employs formerly incarcerated community members to stop crime. This California program reduced violence, saved lives, and saved taxpayers at least $42.3 million, while costing less than $1 million over 2 years. And 2, Cahoots, which, unlike our Hope and Port programs, employs qualified mental health professionals who are specifically trained to engage community members facing non-life-threatening mental health, substance use, and homelessness crises, without weapons and without police officer presence. Unlike our Port and Hope programs, Cahoot-style programs are available 24/7, 365. The estimated cost of Cahoots is just $2.1 million annually. and potentially eligible for American Rescue Act reimbursement.
1 minute.
To save the city of Eugene, Oregon, $8.5 million annually. Instead of funding PPD with a surplus from which to charitably give, let's intentionally allocate budget funds to such programs as these via a substantially increased public health department budget. Studies show that programs like Advanced Peace and Cahoots reduce unnecessary police officer altercations, reduce crime, empower communities, and save millions of dollars annually, while enabling police officers to more appropriately use their training to combat violence. For these reasons, we urge City Council to reject the proposed budget and shift budget funds, at least the $2.3 million in PPD savings, from the police department to fund public health department housed Advanced Peace model and Cahoots model programs that ultimately benefit both our community and police officers. Council members, being pro-community does not make you anti-police. Our proposal is rooted in community and safety, and it's far more fiscally responsible than the current proposal. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Justice. The next speaker.
Sonia Burnt, followed by Chris Okershauser.
Good evening. Since my time is limited, I want to try to correct at least some of the misinformation given at the 1:30 meeting today concerning Fort, the HOPE team, and the need for a Cahoots type model of crisis intervention for a person suffering from mental illness. First, Mr. Mermel is incorrect. Neither the HOPE team nor Port will qualify for reimbursement under the American Rescue Plan Act. An ad hoc committee of community members has already discussed this with LA County personnel. Since HOPE and Port do not have a qualifying licensed mental health professional to conduct an assessment of the client 24/7, 365 days a year, we will not get reimbursement for services from the Port or HOPE teams, and our city will leave substantial federal dollars on the table. Second, Port is not a crisis intervention team, nor is it a Cahoots type team as stated by Chief Perez. It is a team that gets handoffs of clients from the HOPE team, which always has a uniformed police officer. Further, Port is only available during the hours of 9 to 5. It is inappropriate and unwise to send an untrained uniformed police officer to handle non-life-threatening calls for service involving persons suffering from mental illness. Third, Chief Perez mentioned in a study that showed that most of the calls involving mental illness do not need a uniformed police officer. He discounted it with his own anecdotal experience. Ask for the study. Anecdotal experience is no substitute for a published research study. Fourth, even the PPD's own community briefs recount situations where police know a person has mental illness and responds poorly to uniformed police officers, and they approach the person anyway. The person responds defensively, gets beaten up, and then is arrested for assaulting an officer who should not have been there in the first place. Fifth, even PPD's own Commander Clausen said at a FACE community committee meeting last month that our city should look at a Cahoots model for crisis intervention. Sixth, since Port does not handle crisis intervention for persons suffering from mental illness, who does Chief Perez say will handle the thousands of calls regarding persons experiencing a mental health crisis? Our local nonprofit.
45 seconds.
This is smoke and mirrors. I do local direct outreach. Our local nonprofits are already overstretched trying to provide housing navigation, connections to benefits, help with identification issues, et cetera, for over 500 persons who are currently unhoused. I urge you, for the sake of our most vulnerable residents, to task staff with meeting with knowledgeable members of the community to discuss how our city can create a Cahoots model mobile crisis intervention program. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Next speaker.
Is Chris Okershauser, and we were unable to find Andrew Good, Sarah Macedo, or Georgia Sanders. So this will be, Ms. Okershauser will be the last public comment on the budget item 14. Ms. Okershauser, could you unmute?
Good evening, Council. I'd like to quote from the California investigative reporter Joe Matthews, who entitled an article, "Stop California Cops from Looting City Hall." He goes on to say their escalating salaries, benefits, and pensions are swallowing up municipal budgets and crowding out the other services as we hear tonight. The police have turned this fiscal dominance into unchecked political power. Police unions, fueled by dues from high salaried officers, make the campaign contributions that determine local elections. So city council members rarely curb the pay or power of the police who installed them in office. The result in many California places, the city government doesn't oversee the police department. The police department oversees city government. This certainly seems to be the case in Pasadena, where the city sits down with the Pasadena Police Officers Association behind closed doors to negotiate 3-year contracts with ever-increasing costs. We'll see the new contract increases in July. Before 2018, motorcycle cops, helicopter pilots, special enforcement services personnel received a flat rate per month to serve in these special assignments. But starting in 2018, a new union contract went into effect, and special assignment pay is now calculated as a percentage of an officer's base salary, which increases regularly. We should keep in mind that the police union spent over $87,000 on the most recent city council election, with 4 council members receiving the union's donation. It's fair to say that Pasadena is one of those California cities where the police department oversees city government. Thank you.
That completes public comment? Mr.
Yes,
Clerk?
yes, Mayor, this does. We have the remaining speakers that we have in the queue are for items 15 and 16, and we do have one person left for public comment on matters not on the agenda.
Okay. So this is, we need a motion.
Well, I believe we're going to go through additional department budgets, Mayor.
Yeah, before we do that, I know one of our colleagues has a time crunch and would like to vote on item 15. So why don't we hold this matter, come back to the departments at the end, and just let's complete the agenda and then come back to the departmental presentations at the end.
Mayor, I just said, before we switch, I just given the public comment, I do think it would be helpful, and maybe public safety has already looked at this, to kind of have a side-by-side of Cahoots, Port, Hope Team. I mean, I hate to say I'm not in public safety, they all kind of seem very close. And however, the chief is staffing against certainly Hope and Port. I would think it would be worthwhile to look at that Cahoots model. I know other cities in California have put Cahoots teams in place, and I don't have enough knowledge to figure out where that would fit in our mix.
Mr. Madison?
Yeah, two things, Mayor. One is, I'm intrigued by this Cahoots program. I noodled around a bit, and I'm not sure it's for every city. My big concern about it is, people say have non-public safety officers respond to the non-violent calls. The big problem is we don't always know what the non-violent calls are when they come in. But the program that they run in Eugene, Oregon, which is Cahoots, seems to have had some success. So I'd like to hear more about it too. My second point is just a point of order. We're about 6 hours straight into this meeting with a 5-minute break or so. What's your expectation, Mayor, about how much longer we're going to sit here?
I think we're going to complete. I think we can dispense with item 15, this is the appointment, pretty quickly of the commission, and then come back to the budget. So item 15 and 16 we can probably take very quickly and come back to the budget.
Mayor, just so you're aware, item 15 and 16.
Sorry, Mark. Hold on, Mark.
Sorry.
My question was, how much longer do you expect?
I'm hoping we can be done with the entire agenda, Mr. City Manager, about by 8 o'clock. No later?
8 would be nice. My guess would be closer to 8:30.
We taking bets? No, I'm just fine.
But we're in control, so.
I would
why
point
don't
out the
we-
council does have the power to control the length of the meeting.
And it may come, maybe Mr. Madison, because you're right, and you were, the annual report, item 17, if that's longer than anticipated, that we put that off. But while we take up 15 and 16, I think we can do that quickly, and then come back to the budget discussion.
Would just say a lot of the comments that we heard on the budget were duplicative of the comments that we heard on the police report on the budget. So I don't know how that could have been avoided, but anyway, I've made my point. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 15 and 16, can we take those together?
Yes. We can, and Mayor, there's about 8 public comments, but a couple of them are listing 15 and 16. So if you want to take them together, then we could take, we can give 3 minutes for 15 and 16.
Okay, so why don't we do those? Take them together. Is there a motion? This is the appointment, the council's appointment on item 15 and 16. Is there a motion? Then we'll go to public comment.
The mayor's.
Are you waiting for the public comment?
No, I believe he's looking for.
No,
he's looking
I'm
for
looking for
a
a
motion.
Motion before, okay. Maybe you should have public comment then.
I'll make the motion, Mayor.
Oh, there you go.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Kennedy, seconded by Mr. Madison.
Yes.
Everybody went on their
For
break.
items 15 and 16 together.
Okay. All right, let's go to public comment.
The first speaker is Adriana Bautista, followed by Jasmine Richards Abdullah, followed by Martin Gordon. Ms. Bautista, you have 3 minutes for 15 and 16, please.
Adriana.
Hi.
Go ahead.
First of all, I just want to say I don't think it was appropriate for these items to be placed on a special agenda. The public only got notification, like the day before. Per Brown Act, you only have to publish it 24 hours ahead, and community members have been asking for months about these items. But according to the ordinance that details the selection of this commission, quote, attorneys are members that represent entities that currently handle criminal or civil matters involving the police department, end quote, are disqualified for serving. Apparently, 4 of you do not think that matters if it was formerly served. Patricia Kanaga, a former attorney for the city of LA, if per the city charter, you all passed. If she was still working there, her experience would disqualify her. The independent police auditor, who somehow mysteriously came into play after bids were closed and was selected by an unknown staff in the attachment. We would like that staff member to be publicized. Please make that who reached out to this person. And also, why are you picking an independent police auditor who worked for Seattle Police Department as a COO for years? I also watched a video on his personal, on his business page, his website, and he has books such as, let me see, The War on Cops behind him, how the new attack on law and order makes everyone less safe, and History in Blue behind him, as well as a whole collection of police cars, the Seattle Seattle police badge, and other police paraphernalia behind him. I do not think he is an adequate independent police auditor. The key word in that phrase is independent, not police.
45
so
seconds.
Please do not select this person on the board. Thank you. In addition, oh, I'd just like to say I applied in District 4, and while I'm not surprised that I was not chosen, I was not contacted by District 4. I wrote District 4 and I got a response from Mr. Masuda a few days later saying that he turned in his nominee that morning. So I don't think it was, I'm disappointed that I didn't see more districts like District 1 and District 5 do outreach to all applicants equally, especially considering the high interest in these boards and appointments. And I also want to point out that Donald R. Matthews is a retired cop. He worked for LA Sheriff's Department for years, and his application was turned in late. He was not one of the initial applicants listed in the Pasadena Now article, and the date on his application was also past the deadline. And I know that not all nominees were contacted in this district either, so I'd like to ask that to Kennedy.
Thank you, Ms. Buffy. Okay.
Jasmine Richards Abdullah, followed by Martin Gordon, followed by Alan Shea.
Okay, I just want to start by saying the only people on this board, on the Community Police Oversight Board, that's from the community, that is Annette and Spree Jones. So it looks like two of you guys follow some direction. I also put in my application on time to Kennedy's, Kennedy's district. I received no callback or anything. No, we didn't notify me or nothing. But I knew you guys weren't going to choose me, but the thought was in there. But I just want to say the Maxi Group Modern Policing is going to be our chief auditor for the Community Oversight Board. Brian G. Maxi, who runs this auditing group, is a pro-police. He is not an independent. He has too many associations to the police. I would also like to point out that John Kennedy chose a retired cop. Two of you chose attorneys who have worked for government entities that protect police. According to the ordinance for the selection of the board written into the city charter, that will actually disqualify them. Kennedy's pick was not an applicant originally. He was hand selected by Kennedy to apply after the deadline, as the date on his application was passed, and his name did not appear in Pasadena's now full list of applicants. Kennedy did not choose from the open application call. He did not do a full outreach for the list of applicants he received. I asked a question for the city council. In your report for the choosing of the independent auditor, it states that Michelle Bonaris, Steve Mermel, folks from the Parks and Recreation, and a fourth staff member chose the auditor, but it did not give a name. Who is this mysterious fourth mystery man? Is it John Perez? I've come to wonder now, so I would like if you guys can get today. Could you guys give us that name of the fourth mystery man? Thank you.
Thank you, Jasmine.
We'll bring in Martin Gordon, followed by Alan Shea, followed by Breathe Justice. Mr. Gordon,
can
go
you hear
ahead.
me?
Yes, we can, sir. Go ahead. Mr. Gordon?
Okay, let me see. Oh, there we go.
There you go. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
We can hear you, sir.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
A little better?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, after about a number of decades of advocacy for the community oversight of the Pasadena Police Department, no one wants to see this come to fruition more than I do. But with that said, let's not rush to judgment on impaneling the commission without taking a brief pause to analyze the process and makeup of the commission before we move forward. Some, not all of the council had transparent interviews for these positions, and the community commends them for that. Others were less transparent, but brought forward candidates that were responsive to the commission's needs and above adequate. Last but not least, a few of the candidates were marginal at best and may not have met all the requirements to be on the commission. The makeup of the commission as proposed has only one African-American male member who is a retired Pasadena police officer, though African-American men are the citizens being killed. Some of these look like political appointments rather than community-focused appointments. We urge you to table this discussion and move the agenda item to the next council meeting. These appointments are just as important as the agency appointments were. They should have the same public scrutiny. We need to have the right mix. The council members, like the community, are seeing this mix tonight for the first time. Take the pause. Let's look at all of our options. Do it fast or do it right. Your choice. On item 16, let me get right to the heart of it. This ad hoc committee to select the IPA was counterintuitive. As Councilmember Steve Madison himself has often pointed out, the city's own process makes the Public Safety Committee the appropriate venue for an open, transparent discussion of the appointment of the IPA. Not to consider Mike Janako in the Office of Independent Review in this process is unconscionable. They have served the city and the community well and are currently reviewing the Anthony McLean case. They have a history with police accountability in Pasadena and can bring that and other context to the Civilian Oversight Commission. Furthermore, this decision cannot be made without the input of a totally impaneled oversight commission. They are the group that needs to work hand in hand with the IPA to get the job done.
30 seconds.
How can we get the job done without the people who are there to get it done? Again, council, you can do it fast or you can do it right. Thanks. Do it right. The community is continually asking for officers to be fired. Agendize a discussion on who has the power and the duty to fire rogue police officers and the council's role so that the community clearly knows who else needs to be fired when it's time to vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We'll bring in Alan Shea, followed by Breathe Justice, followed by Sonia Burnt, followed by Chris Okershauser.
Thank you once again, Mayor Gordo and City Council members. My focus is going to be so critical of your decision to move forward on agenda item 15 and 16. It is absurd. I brought before this council meeting corruption that you're going to not address or have a clear understanding of the impact and issue that it's going to bring upon a commission that will have to make a determination along with the questionable independent auditor and their background. That should be embarrassing. It really should be embarrassing to the city council to even hear this coming from the public as it has been presented to you as our governing body here in Pasadena. These things should have been vetted out and made sure that they're clear so that they're not, again, things that are going to come back and haunt us as a city. We brought before this panel on August 24th, the first Monday after Anthony McLean shooting, to fire the police officers who shot and murdered Anthony McLean, and you guys stood by and did nothing. You said, wait until the video. We waited. You said, waited until the investigation. We waited. Then you allowed John Perez to go around with a narrative that Anthony had a gun, that the video don't lie. Come on, the video is clear. And we're still bringing it to your attention now with corruption, and you and our governing body is just gonna brush it under the rug. Come on, listen. All of you up here know me. I don't play. I've always been about Pasadena and what it stands for. Anyone who grew up here and who's invested in this city should know that this city council should take this issue very seriously because it has great consequences if you don't address it. Use your power, Victor. Fire Steve Mermell if he doesn't do the right thing. Steve Mermell mentored me as a commissioner for 10 years. Listen to what I'm saying. Do what needs to be done. Please do that, Victor.
30 seconds.
Please be the leader we're looking for. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Next speaker. Did we lose?
Good evening.
Oh,
I'll be speaking on agenda items 15 and 16, and I appreciate your time listening, as these were separate agenda items. So thank you for finally agendizing the appointment of CPOC commissioners. We're disheartened that many council members did not conduct CPOC applicant interviews in full view of the public, and hope all council members will do so in the future. We are incredibly disappointed that there are so few African-American males, arguably the most over-policed group in the U.S., appointed to the commission, and that it appears the sole African-American male appointee is a former police officer. The non-police officer, African-American male perspective, and life experience would prove invaluable to the CPOC. As the CPOC prepares training for the hard work ahead, please immediately amend the CPOC ordinance to address the inappropriate nature of PPD being the sole training provider currently listed for the CPOC. The overseen cannot be the exclusive trainer of the overseer. This is highly unethical. While Citizens Police Academy training and ride-alongs are important, in order to have all commissioners start with a common fund of knowledge of both policing and community perspective, additional training must be mandated. The ACLU and National Association for Civilian Oversight of Law Enforcement are two organizations qualified to provide necessary training to commissioners in civil liberties, civil rights, equity, socioeconomic policing impacts, and police oversight, which are crucial to the success of and communities' trust in the CPOC. Hire these qualified organizations to provide important CPOC training. The Pasadena Police Department, though currently listed as the sole trainer of commissioners, is not qualified nor ethically appropriate as the organization being overseen to provide the full scope of training necessary for commissions. Regarding agenda item 16, our questions here are very simple. Where is the transparency the community was promised? Our community demanded police oversight, including community members as commissioners, subpoena power, and a truly independent police auditor. Why were IPA applicant interviews conducted outside of the public's view? What happened to the highly qualified and experienced OIR group initially recommended to be our police auditor? After interviewing the top 3 of 10 applicants, the ad hoc committee of Vice Mayor Wilson, Council Members Hampton, and Madison unanimously recommended the OIR group to be selected as the IPA. Why was this item pulled from the agenda when the committee was ready to make its recommendation?
30 seconds.
Who deemed it necessary to solicit further proposals, and why? The fact that there was only one additional proposal received after application deadlines had passed, interviews had been conducted, and the initial unanimous ad hoc council committee recommendation for OIR group was made, but pulled from the agenda, along with the fact that the one additional proposal was from Modern Policing / the Maxi Group, who subsequently happened to be reeks of inappropriate outside influence. This flies in the face of the transparency our community was promised and is so desperately seeking with this commission. OIR Group has a good track record of providing services that have attempted to assist Pasadena in improving transparency and police accountability efforts. Its leader is highly respected nationally and an expert in police reform and accountability systems. He's already well-versed with Pasadena policing practices after reviewing the officer-involved shootings of Leroy Barnes Jr., Kendrick McDade, and currently Anthony McLean. The CPOC ordinance does not prohibit an actively engaged IPA. Does not prohibit an IPA who's already engaged in investigating PPD from fulfilling that role, and this could prove incredibly beneficial.
Justice, if you could wrap up your comments, please.
Yes, sir. In quickly getting the commission prepared for the work. Why did council members decide to rescind the unanimous recommendation of the OIR group? Did someone specifically recommend the Maxi Group for this outside role? If so, who and why when a qualified group was already selected? And what role did the PPOA play in the selection of the community's independent police auditor? Truthfully speaking, this auditor should be chosen by the police oversight commissioners, and the public safety committee should have some vetting of these in full view of the public. Please answer our questions in full view of the public. Thank you.
Next.
Sonia Burnt, followed by Chris Okershauser.
I am deeply disturbed
disturbed at how the Maxi Group, DBA, Modern Policing came to be recommended firm to serve as independent police auditor. First, the process was completely non-transparent. Instead of allowing for a public process through the Public Safety Committee, Mayor Gordo appointed an ad hoc committee of the council outside the public's view to consider the top 3 applicants. This is inconsistent with campaign promises of greater transparency at City Hall. The Public Safety Committee should have had this discussion at a committee meeting where public comment could be heard. Second, the ad hoc committee unanimously recommended OIR, a highly respected firm, to serve as independent police auditor. OIR not only has the expertise in dealing with police accountability, it has an ongoing history with the city of Pasadena, including currently in the shooting of Anthony McLean. But when that recommendation was agendized for the meeting in April, it mysteriously got pulled. The rumor in the community is that the police union objected to OIR as independent police auditor behind the scenes and swayed persons on the council to reopen the application process. Is that true? Subsequently, lo and behold, the only one firm applied, Modern Policing, who is now being recommended to serve as IPA and who had close ties to the Seattle Police Department. Did the police union play any role in the application and/or recommendation process for IPA? The public is left to wonder. I urge the council not to approve the appointment of an IPA and Modern Policing without robust community input, including but not limited to input from the actual commissioners who will work with the IPA. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Burt.
Last speaker for this item is Chris Okershauser.
Ms. Okershauser?
Yes. Yes, I join with the previous speakers to call for a delay in the choice of the IPA until this Oversight Commission has a chance to weigh in on this important decision. I've seen the OIR group for work here in Pasadena on police issues since, well, certainly since the McDade killing. And they have a knowledge of our city. They have worked here on several issues. I don't understand why their disappearance was so suspicious. And I think it will degrade the choice of the Maxi Group and of the council. Why start out with engendering distrust? Thank you.
That completes public comment on this item, Mayor.
Is there a presentation? Or should we I'll entertain a motion?
If you desire, there is a presentation for 16, not for 15. And I believe Vice Mayor Wilson may address some of the matter on behalf of the ad hoc group committee.
Mr. Wilson?
I'm happy to do so. Do you want the presentation on 16, or I can just make.
Why don't you address some of the
sure.
issues?
So, yeah, you can imagine that the police union did have strong feelings about who the independent auditor was. They did make recommendations. The Maxi Group, we did not interview any people that I understand that they recommended. The Maxi Group was not recommended by them. The Maxi Group was recommended by, help me, who was the group who did our?
Catherine Olson. Catherine Olson from Change and Integration.
Yeah, they were the ones who helped us look at best practices, and we asked them for candidates. I think and I know Councilmember Madison and Hampton and Williams were also on the special committee with me. We did first down, the only group that was even possibly capable of taking on that role was the ORI group, so we felt like that was a false choice, honestly. And we have a lot of respect for OIR, and they're, as the public mentioned, they are doing the Anthony McLean incident review right now, and we expect that they will continue to do projects like that for the city. But the committee felt it was potentially better to separate the independent auditor from those groups that were doing incident review. So given the fact that we only had OIR, which once again I think was a capable group, they are doing incident review, and we felt like upon further reflection that it would be good to have another capable organization, and we did seek other ideas, other possibilities. Modern policing, once again, as far as I know, was unknown to the police union. I think they were surprised by our choice. But I think, and I'll kind of defer to my colleagues to comment, that when we interviewed the individual who represents them, we were very impressed by their independence. And just so you know, that individual who did work for the Seattle Police Department was designated oversight executive for the consent decree that was implemented by a judge for the city of Seattle. So in many ways, they were, would say, maybe not necessarily perceived as police friendly, but I would ask that my colleagues who joined me on that selection committee to comment as well.
Madison?
Yeah, I mean, I would echo the vice mayor's comments. I think it wasn't just Seattle where a federal court appointed Mr. Maxey, but he also worked with a citizens commission that frankly probably had many of the same views as the group that just addressed us, the individuals that just addressed us, in terms of the need for robust reform and oversight. And they gave glowing recommendations for Mr. Maxey. He was also appointed, I think, again, by a federal court to administer a consent decree in Cleveland.
Right, Cleveland as well.
Played a similar role in Baltimore and then other police departments around the country. So he's highly qualified. I think another plus was that he is the individual that will be doing the work. And I think to some extent, OIR has become a bit of a victim of their own success. They have a big team. There was no real sense, at least in my mind, of who would have ownership of this. And with the modern policing group, there's just no ambiguity about that. It'll be Mr. Maxey himself. So I felt those factors were really important. I would also just say that, you know, some of the public comment are just flat out misreading the ordinance that we adopted. And as far as I can tell, all of the nominees on 15 do meet the criteria and the qualifications that we've set out. And I have no doubt that our staff would have raised a red flag if they didn't.
And yes, this is Michelle Bonarise. I would add to what Mr. Madison said in terms of city staff ensuring that the candidates, based on the information that was submitted, all qualify and meet the requirements of the ordinance. And I would just note, one of the speakers mentioned that this was a special meeting with 24 hours notice. This is actually a regular meeting of the City Council, and the agenda was posted on Thursday. So there was more than 72 hours notice of the posting of this agenda item. And also the panel that reviewed the applications or the proposals was composed of staff from the city manager's office, the city attorney's office, and the Parks and Recreation Community Services departments. So I see how someone might have gotten that a little confused by how it was written, but staff from each of those, one staff member from each of those departments reviewed. No one from the police department was involved in their review.
Mr. Hampton, Ms. Williams, you were members of the committee. Did you have anything to add before I turn to the rest of the council? Ad hoc, you were members of the ad hoc committee.
No.
Mr. Hampton?
Hello? No, I don't have anything to add. I mean, the first go around was, as Vice Mayor mentioned, I just had I had a concern that the OIR group came out on top. I mean, they were by far the best, but just the way the way it got narrowed down to us, we didn't get a chance to interview all of the applicants. And after reading their resumes and reading well, some of them were resumes and some of them were RFPs. No wonder why the OIR group came out on top. And who was picked, if we were to base on their interviews and resumes, I think we have a great selection here today. I think the OIR group is also a great group. So either way we go, I'm totally fine with. But I think we have a good pick, and I think we have someone who's going to be dedicated to the needs of Pasadena. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hampton.
If I may also add, the Maxi group in modern policing, we really like the temperament. It kind of reminded us of Ruth Holden, who is our internal auditor, who is kind of very objective and kind of really just looking to find the facts and provide kind of the most independent advice. And we felt that this individual would be most universally respected by all the stakeholders, and I think what will be difficult work. So we're pleased to have a unanimous recommendation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Wilson. Ms. Rivas?
Thank you, Mayor. I had a couple questions and then just a comment or concern about item 16, the police auditor. So my first question is kind of, I don't know, less big picture, but just very more in terms of the logistics of the Maxi group. His proposal says that he will make only 6 annual visits, but the commission meets monthly. Is the plan for him to participate remotely for the other 6 months, or if the commission meets more often, is he just going to meet remotely? What was that discussion like in the interview, or do you know anyone from the ad hoc committee or staff?
Yeah.
I would, yes, our understanding is after discussing with Mr. Maxey that he would, yes, attend all of the meetings. And that's why our request for approval is up to 75,000, and his proposal was something in the range of 66,000. So we did account for additional trips, etc. He is actually available if you would like to have him join in the Zoom meeting now. He's on deck, I guess. I don't know if you want him to, and if I answered your question sufficiently.
That did, and I think staff and the ad hoc committee may be able to answer my next question as well. Modern Policing's website says that Mr. Maxey is a Washington State certified police officer, but that's not mentioned anywhere in the staff report or in the proposal. Was that raised in the interview?
I'm not remembering that, but I'll turn to either Javon or the ad hoc committee, or we can have Mr. Maxey get on the line.
We should have Mr. Maxey get on the line because I didn't know that.
Okay. He's being brought in now.
Good evening, all.
Hi, Mr. Maxey. I don't know if you heard the question from Councilmember Rivas.
Yes, I absolutely did.
Okay.
So Councilmember, when I was working at the Seattle Police Department, where I was the civilian overseeing the implementation of the consent decree and the implementation of best practices for the federal consent decree, Chief Kathleen O'Toole, who was the chief then and one of my mentors, sent Carmen Best, the other deputy chief, to get her master's degree. And she turned to me and she said, I don't know what I can do for you to increase your education. And she came up with the thought that what I needed to do was to attend the police academy so that I had firsthand experience with the training systems that led into the Seattle Police Department. In other words, what the state training was, and whether it was congruous with what we were trying to do at the Seattle Police Department with more progressive training. So I was sent to the police academy. That means I'm a certified Washington peace officer, at least for another couple years till that expires. But I've never been a commissioned police officer at any police department. So I've never, done the job, and I have never had police authority, arrest, or use of force or otherwise.
Great, thank you for clarifying that. And I actually have a follow-up question, not specifically on that training, but also about your resume. I saw that you, I guess, have served as a defense attorney for various public entities handling 1983 cases, civil rights cases. Could you speak a little bit more on that? Just adding up your resume, it looked like it was about a decade or so of service. Could you speak to your experience serving as a defense attorney for public entities and representing police officers and police departments?
It's sort of been a circuitous path that's led me to my present work. I started out when I moved to Washington in the early 2000s. I was assigned by the Attorney General's office to represent the Department of Corrections. I'd had a background in juvenile justice and in child abuse cases, primarily in social services in New York City. So I was a little surprised, and yet found I had a knack for translating between juries and the department and navigating the issues that were inevitably raised in litigation. I did the same thing for the NYPD and working at Corp Counsel, representing and defending and primarily settling these cases. It was actually that work that led me to get more and more concerned with the state of policing. And when the city attorney in Seattle offered me the chance to come out, the condition was that I couldn't be separated from the advice function. So in both the Attorney General's office to some degree, and certainly at NYPD, I was defending cases, but I was not in a position to advise the police department about how to fix the problems that led to those cases. Even if they were technically lawful in some cases, it was important to look at the underlying causes behind it, what the systemic issues were. And that was part of what really attracted me to come to Seattle and to work with Seattle Police Department, is I could start making those systemic changes. And that's precisely what led me to the work with the consent decree, because that is by definition making systemic changes to try to shift public safety into whatever the new emerging vision is. I've been on the line for quite some time, and I've heard a lot of the public comment here tonight. And I just wanted to address a couple things. One is, I don't know the history of how it came that I'm before you here tonight. The record will speak for itself on that. But what I do know is that I would approach this position with humility. I hear a lot of voices on the public comment and a lot of concern that perhaps I'm not the right person for this position. I know Mike Giannacco. I have a lot of respect for him. If it came to pass that when this commission comes together and I meet with that commission and they decide I'm not the right person for the job, if that is the opinion, I will step down. I do not have any intention of serving in a position where I cannot benefit the city and the commission that I'm being contracted to serve. So I'm just going to put that out there, that whatever the contracting process is or whatever your decision is here tonight, if I'm not the right person, I'm not the right person. Now, I remain confident that I am, and I think based on a lot of the work I've been doing at pushing, progressive policing policies, trying to think through where we go from here, and with the commission that you have assembled and the community behind it, I'm confident we can explore a lot of great ideas together. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you so much for being available to answer my questions. I'm not sure if anyone else has any questions. I'm sure the public also appreciates being able to hear directly from you. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ratsky. Any other questions or comments from members of the council?
Sorry, Mayor, I did have a comment. I don't have any more questions for Mr. Maxey, but I just big picture, my thoughts on this, on item 16 in particular. I really don't want to hold it up any longer, but I am a little concerned about how Mr. Maxey's resume could be perceived by residents, specifically serving as a defense attorney for police officers in civil rights cases for over a decade. And it's not meant at all to be a commentary on Mr. Maxey's character or professionalism in any way. I myself am an attorney for public entities. I've handled 1983 cases myself, so that's not what I'm intending to do or get across. But I'm just worried how it'll appear that the person who's supposed to lead our oversight of the police department is themselves or has served for quite some time as a defense attorney for police officers. Now, I understand that background and experience can be helpful when dealing with very technical policies, procedures, investigations, et cetera. I understand that, from my own personal experience, but I worry that many folks in our community will be skeptical that such a person, like Mr. Maxey or even myself, with that background could potentially be unbiased just based on the resume alone. The goal of the commission, of course, is and of the commission that the auditor will work with is to improve community police relations. And I'm worried that we may be working against that goal by selecting someone that the community may be skeptical of. So what I really appreciate about the prior selection of the OIR group is that their experience came from serving as IGs and in the DOJ Civil Rights Division, so overseeing police and prosecuting police officers as opposed to serving as defense counsel for police officers. So those are my concerns. I understand several members of the public share them as well. Again, I really don't want to hold this up much further, but I thought, and this is just a one-year contract, I acknowledge as well. And Mr. Maxey has expressed a willingness to engage and work with the commission, but I just think it is important that this issue be raised. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Kennedy, followed by Mr. Madison.
I think several members of the committee have expressed to the council that they are surprised at the information that has now been provided. I'll just leave that for a moment. But one of the speakers, Jasmine Abdullah, who is a respected member of the community, raised serious questions about not being interviewed as an applicant for District 3 to serve on the commission. Let the record reflect that city staff, told me that that particular applicant was not qualified, and that is why she did not receive an interview. I was going on the, I suppose, review of staff, and I believe, without going into detail, the information that was provided to me by staff was accurate, but there was no way to deny Ms. Abdullah an opportunity to serve, but you had to meet the qualifications, and staff told me that there was an issue with the application. As it relates to Don Matthew, the only police officer on the commission, on the body, the only male, I would also say that he is the only member, to the best of my knowledge, if the council approves tonight, where his son was killed in an officer-involved shooting. Secondly, he is the only person on the body, if the council approves tonight, that has the background of training officers with best practices. So my view, and not ashamed of the view, is that he could help inform the whole body. And I looked at him in the totality of who he is. And I think that empathy that he has, having lost a son in an officer-involved shooting, was important, that perspective. Secondly, as it relates to the independent auditor, I just think it's incumbent upon us to have the accurate information. And the questions that Councilmember Rivas has asked as a practicing attorney gives me super reason to pause. And I think it would be more appropriate if I withdraw my moving of this matter and allow the members of the review body that was appointed by the mayor to move forward if they so chose. For the record, I will tell you that I'm okay with OIR group. The city manager has retained their services for the review. if I understand it correctly, in the officer involved shooting concerning Anthony McLean. But I am troubled by the fact that certain members of the committee said they did not know of Brian Maxey's background. So if the seconder of the motion, Councilmember Madison, would allow me to withdraw my motion, I would appreciate it.
I don't think I have that power, but certainly if you're asking, you should be allowed to withdraw your motion.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Mr. Madison, did you have comments?
Well, I just think, Mayor, I think first of all, we want balance and an appropriate approach to this. And I think, on the one hand, we're being upgraded for waiting too long, then we're being upgraded for moving too quickly. I think, in fairness and respectfully, a number of the speakers, have an agenda. I think I even heard in that public comment that on this item, these two items, that we should be firing police officers, and firing the chief, and firing the city manager and all. And our goal is to provide the commission with the best IPA that we can find. And I think some of us did have concerns about OIR because of the role they play in investigating. For example, McLean, that's going to go on for a while. Is that role consistent with someone being able to advise the commission sort of completely independently? And I'll just tell you, with Mr. Maxey, I think we were well aware of his background and, the fact that he's been appointed by federal courts that are imposing remedies on police departments where there's perceived to be a problem, and asking him to address that problem. And then what comes back is the feedback from the stakeholders in those situations, which are probably even more tension-filled than ours are, is uniformly positive. Again, for all the reasons that I already spoke to on that, I think it moved the committee. And this wasn't like a close call at all. This was, when it was OIR, candidly, the other applicants just didn't even pass muster as someone that we would want to even seriously consider. And there was a sense of discomfort with moving forward with OIR, notwithstanding that. And so when we went back, we were able to conduct additional interviews. And again, Mr. Maxey was head and shoulders above for all the reasons that I've said. So I think we should move forward, and I'm happy to convert my second to a motion if that's helpful, Mayor.
Ms. Williams?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll second your motion, Councilmember Madison. And I was on the committee and I was fully aware of Brian Maxey's background. So that wasn't a surprise to me. And I think that maybe if the city attorney can remind us what the definition is of independent auditor, because they don't serve the commission, they serve us as a council. So this is really someone, just as the title implies, it is someone who is independent. So I don't know that it should really be someone who is kind of caters to the whims of various members that want to see a certain person in that position. This person should be completely independent. And that's why we decided to redo this process and pick someone who was not from Pasadena and wasn't sort of mired in the politics of Pasadena, who could just make an independent decision and advise us as a council, as well as serve as a best practices advisor to the commission. So I'm supporting Councilmember Madison's motion. I think I think Brian Maxey is very well qualified to do this work in a very productive way. And we were all very positive about this and moving forward. And I'd be really disappointed if, our hard work on the committee got shot down because of some concerns that I don't think are appropriate given the definition of this role. And if we could go back and look at the definition of this role, I think it would be helpful.
This is Michelle Bonaris. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor.
We'll continue. Are there any other specific questions for Mr. Maxey? Otherwise, Mr. Maxey will put you back in the holding tank, so to speak, and continue our deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Mayor, I was just going to address briefly Councilmember Williams' question. I would note that in the agenda report, it does indicate that the,
Did we lose the council chambers?
Yeah, I think we
I'm
did.
sorry?
Hopefully it's all back in.
Wow.
Oh, they can't hear us? Can you hear me, Mayor?
No, hold on one second.
Who lets them back in?
We can hear Tyrone.
I think Danny's back there controlling something.
Interesting.
You are unmuted.
So you moved.
Can you hear me now?
Okay, now we can hear you.
Okay.
Apparently, there was a technical glitch where the chambers were removed.
Okay.
We can't see you.
I feel like the Verizon guy.
We can hear you now.
Okay, I was just in response to Councilmember Williams' question. The agenda report in the background section references that the independent police auditor reports to the city council, and the city council will approve whoever that is. And their duties include, among other things, serving as a best practices advisor to the commission. So they do work with the commission. However, they ultimately report to the city council, if that answers your question.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is the
And for
motion-
clarification on the motion, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Mr.
Mayor,
Councilman.
Mayor, I'm going to interrupt for a second and just let you know we're having some technical difficulty because of the transition we made. So could you hold on 1 second? We maybe take a 2-minute break just to get us back into the video.
Running up again, we're past Mr. Marmel's deadline and running up against mine now. Or maybe the other way around.
Yeah, we passed yours.
Mayor, I had 8:30 as the under and over.
Steve's deadline. I did have one thing that I'd like to make.
Hold on one
because-
second.
Okay. I'll hold. Let me, when I,
You are unmuted.
Mark? Let us know.
All right, we're back to normal now. Thank you, Mayor, for your patience.
Mr. Hampton?
I think based on the interviews, yeah, they were not public interviews, and I can understand the concern from those that have voiced it, and I respect. I think that based on the interviews that we had over the series of weeks that we interviewed and went over lots of different documents and resumes and RFPs, I have to say that I think that Mr. Maxey came well above, even with that background of the peace officer piece that Councilmember Rivas brought up, and I appreciate you bringing that piece up because I didn't know I was asking that question in the interviews. If I would have known that. But like he said, I think he clarified it. I think you guys know where I stand when it comes to accountability. I think that Mr. Maxey is someone who's going to hold people accountable based on the interviews, and also he's going to hold himself accountable. So with that being said, Mr. Maxey in today's meeting mentioned that if the commission does not want to work with him, he would gladly step down. I would like to make sure that is in his contract. If I'm going to vote yes on that, I mean, he put that on the table himself. So if the commission decides that they do not want him to serve, and he's not the best fit for them, then he should be out. As a matter of fact, I said this
That's a
from,
city council decision.
that's, I think if the commission is voting him down, then the city council should act on that. But I mean, he mentioned it. He put it out there, not I. It's not a plan that I came up with. That was from Mr. Maxey's mouth. So I do want to say this though, because I said this multiple times during public safety meetings, public meetings. We have a new configuration of this council. I always thought that we should have appointed the commission and made them hire and gone through the interviews. That was always my thought was that's what should happen. Something completely different happened, but that was only my own personal opinion. It was not something that any other council member shared. So with that being said, as the body and as the collective, as the group, I stand with the group in picking Mr. Maxey. But I think that if he said that in public, we should hold him accountable, just like we're going to ask him to hold our city employees accountable. He should be also held accountable. So if our commission doesn't like him and it doesn't work out, why would you want to have someone working with a commission that they're having issues with? It's counterproductive. So, thank you.
I mean, I do think, I just want to be a little bit careful we don't create a dynamic where we think the independent auditor is doing a good job and that they're kind of essentially terminating someone we think is working in the best interest of the city council. So basically, we would be giving our authority to the police commission. So I think having flexibility, Councilmember Hampton, that comes back to city council if we decide this is not a good fit, but I don't want to create a, adverse incentive where maybe we like the work and we think he's working the best interest of the community and he gets, railroaded out by, the commission. I just think we need to be careful about that.
We got to be careful with politicizing the position, one, and Michelle, can we delegate that authority? I don't know that under the non-delegable duties. I don't know that we can delegate that.
It's a contract that the city council is authorizing. And so the city council is the ultimate arbiter of whether it's terminated or not. Nothing would prevent you that I'm aware of right now from delegating that authority, but I would seriously consider strongly not delegating it to another party because you're the ultimate deciders of the contract.
Mr. Hampton's point.
I think we're going into the weeds. What I'm trying to get at is if our commission is not satisfied with it,
right?
Whoever, and he said that he would be willing to step down, that there should be a clause in there that we're not going to end up paying him out his contract if the council decides to terminate him.
Right. And we
That's
would
what
have,
I'm saying,
oh, I'm sorry.
So he has said that.
Right.
If the commission does not like him, and it comes back to the city council, when you have to find another person, he said he would gladly step down. I don't want him to stay there and say, I'm going to work it out.
We have a provision in the that says the city can terminate it for convenience, for any reason, for no reason. So the city can do that, and the city council, as the approving authority, would be the entity that would be able to terminate that. Now, we can certainly say if the commission has a vote and they determine that they prefer not to continue his services, it could be referred to the city council, and the city council can consider what to do.
That's fair. And if we have a term like that, we should have that term and clause for every employee with the city.
Okay.
And every commissioner.
Well, I think we have that with every commissioner though already, right? We could remove a commissioner.
Council can.
Yeah.
Mr. Masuda?
I really enjoyed what everybody was saying, and it was very important to have this long discussion. But we can't forget that even though this is a very important commission, they're advisory. And we are the ones that make the decision. No matter what employee says, we're the ones that make the decision. So I really appreciate the that made the selection, and I know it's very difficult. We're under a lot of pressure of trying to do the right thing. But I do want to say something about the people that applied for District 4. I had 18 people that applied. I think it was 18, I believe. There was one that was that also applied for community. It's very difficult. I had probably all 18 were very qualified. So you have to try to figure out what's a good person that would be, what kind of person would you like to have represent there? And then all of a sudden I was looking for someone that had an overall experience that I thought would be a very positive person for the commission. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're at a point now. Is the motion for items 15 and 16, Mr. Madison? Just want to have a clear record here.
It is, Mayor. Thank you.
And Mayor, if I might, this is Michelle Bonarise. With respect to 15, you may recall that in your weekly memo, you indicated the staggered terms for the various commissioners. So the city clerk has the information to describe which commissioners would have the 2-year term and the 4-year term.
2-year term and 3-year
And the
term.
3-year term, I'm sorry. 2 years
Okay.
and 3 years.
Why don't you go ahead and just announce that, Mark, and then.
I'll do that right now. Spree Lauren Jones, District 1 nomination is a 3-year term. Naomi Emerick Ford, District 2 nomination is a 3-year term. Donald R. Matthews, District 3 nomination is a 2-year term. Barbara Stacy, District 4 is a 3-year term. Raul Ibanez, District 5 nomination is a 2-year term. Patricia Kanaga, District 6 nomination is a 3-year term. Lawrence Lurvy, District 7 nomination is a 2-year term, and Philip J. Argento, Mayor nomination is a 2-year term. And I think that coincided with the terms of the council members whose expiration is 2024 was a 3-year term, and 2022 was a 2-year term.
Mayor?
Yes.
Two things. I would suggest that we vote on these separately because I'm not sure we're going to have the same vote on each one, and I would want to have that independence in terms of the action we take. I did want to ask the city clerk, and maybe it's the city attorney. Am I right that the commissioners are eligible, like most commissioners, to reappointment for a second term? Is that correct?
We're checking. I don't think we had a term limitation in
They can
there.
be reappointed. We specifically had that discussion related to the terms. The initial term would be just that, and people could be reappointed.
Mayor, this is Javon. From the code, the commissioners are eligible for 2 consecutive terms. After they've served their 2 terms, they cannot be reappointed for a 2-year interval.
Okay, thank you. So even those who have a 2-year term would be eligible to be reappointed, and I assume that would then be a 3-year term, or how would that work?
Right. It would be the 2-year would be the first term, the next term 3 years gets to 5. They rotate off 2 years off, and then could be reappointed by the council.
Thank you. And once again, I do think we should take these votes up separately, Mayor.
Okay.
I'm fine doing that, Mayor, but I would move 16 first.
Okay. Let's
So we have a motion and a second from Councilmember Madison and
Ms. Wilson?
Councilmember Williams.
For
But
item
I don't know.
16,
For item 16.
the independent police auditor.
To approve the staff recommendation, Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy,
Sorry. New fact, new fact.
What did he say?
Can you come back around to me, please?
I don't think we can.
Hmm.
No.
I think we vote in order, in a specific order.
Requirement of city attorney that we vote in order.
It's our policy. I don't know if it's in our rules.
Okay.
But it's not illegal to vote out of order, right?
Well, I don't want to start getting into jumping back and forth on different issues. Let's just vote and.
Okay.
I think if he's got time to, I was just saying, if he wants to think about it, then.
Give me just a second, please. Weighing the ramifications, just give me a second. We have a way out. The way out, if he doesn't work out, the city council, without any ramifications, can remove the person. I'll give him an opportunity, and this was really in respect of the work of the committee. I will say for the record, I was surprised that the committee was surprised about the person's background based upon what Councilmember Rivas shared with us. My vote is yes.
Kennedy?
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas,
No.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson.
Yes, and I'd like to maybe clarify just because of John's statement. I think where we were, what I thought I heard Councilman Rivas say is that he was a sworn police officer, and that was not our understanding. And I think the explanation that he'd gone through the academy was consistent with what we had understood. So once again, John, I don't think we were confused, and I don't want to misrepresent what Councilman Rivas said, but when I thought she intimated that, that would have been kind of surprising because we understand how important objectivity is. So yes.
I hate to jump in here, but I just quoted from his website, Washington State Certified Police Officer, is the phrase.
Once again, I'm not distorting that in any way. I don't mean to, but the fact that okay, fair enough. Enough said.
I think the issue was clarified. Let's continue with the vote.
Mayor Gordo.
Did you start with Mr. Hampton?
Yes.
Everybody's
okay.
voted. Vice
okay.
Mayor Wilson said yes and then made a clarification.
Yes.
So that is 7 in favor, 1 against. For item 16, it passes.
Thank you. And I do think it was an important clarification. I'm glad Ms. Rivas raised the issue. I think it was an important discussion to have and good to clarify the distinction between the training that provides insight versus an individual who maybe was a peace officer and maybe even an active peace officer, given the status.
Sort of similar to the training that we provided in the ordinance for the commissioners. It's not quite that robust, but so I would move 15 then, Mayor, with the terms incorporated as stated by the clerk, or the city attorney, excuse me.
Okay.
It was the clerk.
Second.
Okay.
Yes.
So for the motion to approve with the terms stated, Councilmember Hampton,
Yes.
Councilmember Kennedy,
Yes.
Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes.
Motion is approved without opposition.
Okay, took us some time, but congratulations to everyone. We now have a commission and an IPA. You know, we understood that this was a complicated and difficult process, and we just have to adjust accordingly as we proceed. But this is an important initial 2 steps. Thank you.
Mayor, can I just add, logistically, this is great, and it's an important milestone. When, what's the expectation in terms of when this group will first have an opportunity to meet? I know it's taken a while. I'm just hoping that will be sooner rather than later, and I don't know even who to address that question to, maybe Javon or whoever's going to help precipitate those mechanics.
Yes, this is Michelle Bonarise. We are in the process of recruiting a person on the staff, city staff, to staff the commission. But in the meantime, we will proceed with getting the training together for the commissioners, as well as information regarding their first meetings, which would be sometime this summer, is my expectation.
Thank you for that. I think it's important that the public have some sort of expectation.
Okay. Now we have some scheduling matters to attend to. That completes these items and brings us to Mr. City Manager. Are we able to put off item 17 and take up PCAC that's expected to be quick, and transportation, and ask PCOC to return? That would be my suggestion.
Mayor, certainly as it relates to item 17, one suggested course of action would be for the council to receive the report, and then separately, if any council members would like a presentation on that at a subsequent meeting, we could ask the HR director to return. And then if I understand what you're suggesting on the budget, we would review the PCAC and the transportation department, but in the interest of time, bring back the Pasadena Center Operating Company on the 14th, correct?
We've been at it since 1:30 p.m. Today, and so I think people are.
Mayor, I would propose to take the 2 operating companies together, because we have the 3rd operating company tomorrow, and just in terms of brainwaves, it kind of goes together, and DOT is pretty complicated.
I think
So,
the PCOC may take a little bit longer than the others. Why don't we take up PCAC and then bring back PCOC and
we can't have an RBOC, PCOC tomorrow?
no, it's too late.
Why not have the, well, I'm in agreement with Councilmember Williams. I think that PCOC is there. Why not just bring them up to present?
Because it may take a little bit longer than
the presentation is not that long.
But some of the questions that I think people want to get into.
I'll reserve my question.
I think DOT will take longer.
You've got more information than most. Let's start with PCAC.
So Mayor, though, can I ask, should we keep transportation staff? Is there an expectation we get to them this evening or no?
I'm going to look to my colleagues. I think people are a little blurry-eyed here. But we do have to proceed with the budget. Mr. Madison, did you have a view? Mr. Wilson?
Mayor, I don't think it's fair to anyone, especially these departments, in the 8th hour of a meeting with 1 5-minute break, for us to expect that we're going to bring the kind of energy and attentiveness to this that we should. And I know that's unfortunate, but here we are. So.
And also add that a number of us were kind of at the 12:30 Pride Day flag raising, so it's actually been going on since 12:30 if you really want to count the clock, the minutes on the clock.
And rode our bikes in the rain.
That's true too. We made it home safely though.
watched Mr. Kennedy go through his through his vote, walk us through his vote. Oh, is he gone now?
Yes,
so
Mr. Kennedy signed off.
Okay, yeah, he told me that he needed to sign off for a family matter. But yeah, I do think it's unfair to the public and everyone else if we continue. But it may mean that we schedule another special meeting next week. So we may have to have two meetings. So
I have a compromise. Can we just go through the budgets with no questions? And then if we do have questions, reserve them and ask them later?
That sounds awesome.
Because the budgets are pretty straightforward.
To me, that's the least optimal approach because it's sort of like just going through the motions. We're not actually engaging.
Yeah, I think we unfortunately we come back and we just may have to schedule and we'll limit it to 2 hours to play some catch up next week. But I just don't know that's fair to the public or members of the city council who've been here since 12:30 has met with Mr. Madison. As Mr. Madison points out, with 1 5-minute break.
So Mayor, for clarity, would we only do the Pasadena Community Access Corporation this evening and then bring the others back?
I think Mr. Madison and others are suggesting we bring them all back.
But we do have a little of a window of opportunity, if you know what I mean.
It's the PCAC's here. Let's
Mayor, I'm just trying to find out who we can cut loose.
let's cut everyone else loose. How long is the PCAC presentation? You know, let's just continue it. Mr. Falardo, I apologize to you and your staff, to everyone, but this is your work is important. Everyone deserves a fair opportunity, including the public. Yeah. Unfortunately, we've gone on for quite some time today.
Okay, Mayor, we will work accordingly to reschedule the two operating companies and the transportation department.
And we'll schedule, if the clerk can poll for a 2-hour meeting to catch up and maybe even get ahead of the budget a little bit.
We are tentatively confirmed for next week, Monday at 1:30 with a quorum of the council.
Okay. Then we'll work on the other agenda items and see if we can't clear some of those items to make it a budget rich council meeting.
And Mayor, can I make a suggestion? We have had a rule for 2 or 3 years that the public comments once on all items on the agenda. And for 3 years, people have come to City Hall and have followed that rule and diligently. And now we've kind of gotten rid of that rule. So I would propose that we reinstate that rule. I don't know why it went away. And I was kind of surprised that you get 3 minutes to speak on all items on the agenda.
I don't think we haven't changed. We haven't changed anything. We've gone the other way. Mr. Clerk? I don't think we had.
Sorry, I was communicating with somebody. Please.
So City Clerk, we passed a rule because of some disruptive public comments that we had in the past, that each public speaker would get 3 minutes to speak on all items on the agenda, and they would put their
That's not
items
what it
into
was.
that.
So sorry, not to disagree with you, council member. The agenda is divided into 5 sections, and when there are multiple comments on the agenda, so for each section, if there's multiple comments under that section, then that person is provided 3 minutes under that section. So for public comment on matters not on the agenda is 3 minutes. For the consent calendar, If there's multiple comments on consent items, it's 3 minutes. If it's public hearings and there's multiple public hearings, it's 3 minutes on all the public hearings. If there are multiple items under new business, it's 3 minutes. And if there's comments on closed session, it's 3 minutes. So you have the opportunity to speak for 3 minutes under each section, and therefore each member of the public would have up to 15 minutes to speak at a meeting if they used all of their opportunities. And that's how the policy was crafted.
So I think just because we do have these marathon meetings that are starting at 1:30, if we could cut the public comment maybe back to 1.5 minutes, or do something to not have city staff sit here for 8 hours and then have to not present, which is really unfortunate.
Yeah. I couldn't agree more.
Thanks for clarifying that, City Clerk.
Okay, apologies to everyone who would present, but I think in fairness to your hard work and to the public and to the council, this is a better approach. With that, we will adjourn.
We need to continue the public hearing to next week.
Oh, the budget public hearing.
Yes.
Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Yes. Roll call.
Councilmember Hampton said yes. Councilmember Kennedy is absent. Councilmember Madison,
Yes.
Councilmember Masuda,
Yes.
Councilmember Rivas,
Yes.
Councilmember Williams,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Wilson,
Yes.
Mayor Gordo.
Yes, and we will be adjourning in memory of all those affected.
Mayor,
Oh,
may I ask the clerk a question? It's something that Councilmember Williams said. Mark?
Sure.
Isn't in Los Angeles, are you able to speak on multiple items in Los Angeles?
Yes.
Well, I heard you're not able to.
No, you are, and I don't know their rules inside and out, so I'll just answer it quickly. My understanding is they have adopted sort of the same policy, or they had that policy where if you were speaking on multiple items, you had 3 minutes to speak on the multiple items at the beginning of the meeting, plus you had 3 minutes to speak on matters not on the agenda.
it's not 3 minutes. Was 2 minutes, and they've changed to 60 seconds.
So,
Yeah, I think it's 60. I thought it was 60 seconds. I know the county's only 60 seconds.
It was 2 minutes, and I think they dropped it to 60 seconds.
I don't have all of their rules in front of me, admittedly.
Okay, with that, we will adjourn in memory of all individuals and families affected by COVID within Pasadena and beyond, and also in memory of Dr. Dorothy A. Evans, who contributed greatly to the Pasadena community and leaves behind a great legacy of service. So please join me in adjourning in memory of Dr. Dorothy A. Evans. Thank you all.
Have a wonderful night.